Hello, everyone. Hello, and welcome to episode 3 of Traveler, the Pirates of Drinax, the Gamblers, which is our campaign with an amazing crew of people. And I want to thank everyone who's here watching us live and those who are watching us on VODs for being here. It's really exciting to see you all. I'm really excited. And Ari's back. They're back, and so we have the whole crew. And you know, pardon me. I'm just really excited for when the crew talk to Terrica about their parents. So that is that
Oh,
because
God.
because their parents were around, and I feel like there's some and Terrica was not around, probably because their parents were around. And so I feel like there's some great conversations to be had, and that will be happening this session, as well as some catch up and excitement. Maybe also, besides just catch up, perhaps also mustard, maybe pickle relish, depending on where you're at. Um, mm. Hi, everyone. This is our brand new campaign here in the Foxhole on the Fridays with a really great crew that I'm very happy to be able to herd cats with. Great people. I love their characters. I love to see what's going to be happening. And once we get them all, what's the word? Settled in, I'm going to ask them for art briefs, and then we're going to get some art, and we're going to do just all the goodness. So, uh, thank you for being here. You can support us in all sorts of ways. You can give tips and bits, and if you do, we will read out those tips and bits messages at the intermission and at the end. You can be a Patreon, and the Patreon goes to help pay for this lovely cast so they can pay for their cat costs and other assorted animal costs. I'm not quite certain what it is, but well, I mean, look, Fox has a number of animals, not all of which are cats or dogs, some of which might be sloths.
Each and every one of them extremely hard to herd, especially as a bundle.
Yeah,
Near impossible.
yeah. Hey, by the way, I saw a video of an emu, and they're super intense. That's all.
Was it the one where the gal got like the Dolly Parton
Yes,
little
yes,
dog outfits for the emu,
yes.
whose name is Karen, by the way? Everyone go look this up.
Dolly Parton outfits for the emu, little hats. Let me tell you,
A little
yeah,
wig on the
little
emu.
wig.
It's fantastic.
So fantastic. Look it up. It's really good. And it feels very outer space. I don't know why, but it does. It feels like that's an alien. There's like an emu with a Dolly Parton wig that feels to me very, very space. And so thank you for being here.
Very angry.
Very angry. And the thing is, she was just standing there, and the emu was like behind and just comes to charge her, and she just like puts her hand out and just stops it. She's clearly a badass emu wrangler, and I support it.
Emu
Um,
Mama.
so good. So this is our crew, and thank you for being here. I want to thank all of our sponsors. We have a special sponsor tier, and it's the Word for sponsor tier on Patreon, where they will, if you pay $200 a month, which will pay for 4 cast members, which we have 4 cast members for 1 week, then you get a special ad, and we're going to be getting a special ad from Hawkeye today. I just need to note, by the way, that I don't know how to say this, but my wrestling crew, the Game Changers, just got a brand new wrestler who might be Mythmatic right here, might be that new wrestler. And we're going to basically rule all of the wrestlers. And you can find out how that works out on Hawkeye's channel on Wednesdays, where he does wrestling. And all the wrestlers are various streamers in their various guises. So that's pretty cool. And so anyway, I want to thank everybody for that. And I would like to, right here and now, introduce our players. If we could, I would like each person to just say who you are playing, and so Terrica, Noble Terrica, was not here last week because their parents were very present last week, and they just happened to miss their parents. Just happened to miss them. Their parents were very excited to see their child again, probably because their child had gotten an invitation to see the king, and I'm sure their parents are in no ways opportunistic in any way. I'm sure it's not at all sketchy. So my question that I'm going to ask everyone here is, Terrica is going to come back and meet you on the new ship, and you're going to fill them in on what happened. How excited are you to explain what happened with their parents? That's for everyone. That's the question for the week for everyone who's not Terrica for Terrica. How excited are you to find out what your parents said to your friends while you were not there? Those are my questions. So let us start. Let us start with Rocket Fox.
So working backward. Well, I guess that's not really possible. Hello, I am Rocket Fox. As always, I am playing Harlock, and we talked a little bit about this beforehand, but as some of you may recall from our character creation, many of us crossed paths on our journey to get where we are today. And one of those paths crossed was in which Terrica enlisted the aid of our lovable, grumpy Harlock in a legal matter directly involving the parents that are identical. So Harlock is not thrilled that, it's one thing for Terrica to feel assaulted, but these people are their blood. Harlock did not ask for any of this. Harlock did not ask to be assaulted by these people's presence. And so there was no avoiding it. Hands were kissed. Let's never speak of this again.
I feel like there might be speaking of this again, but you have to introduce yourself and say who you're playing. By the way, I did change your name plate on the overlay. You are now the Harlock.
Yes. Oh, dreams do come true. Yes, I am, in fact, still Rocket Fox, your second favorite person, and I'm frozen. Fantastic. But aside from that, I'm playing Harlock, who is our resident mind warrior and has a lot of fighting stuff. Wow, it's like I'm moving just one frame every 10 minutes. Fantastic.
But you're awesome. And you look even
It's catching
frozen.
me at all my worst faces.
But that's not true. You look great, even frozen. I just need to note it. I just need to note it.
Thank you.
So we're going to go next way around. Let's go over to Mythomatic.
Hello, hi everybody. I'm Mythomatic. I am playing Baron Severance. He may or may not be a clone of a Baron of the Imperium, who may or may not be posing / trying to live his best Baron life. As far as the question, I have to remember.
They seemed a little opportunistic and a little. They seemed a little opportunistic.
Yeah.
Extra present. A little smarmy, kind of interested in you because you're a Baron for the Imperium, and they're very excited about making connections,
Yes. And now what was the question you asked?
How do you feel about feeling in Terrica about all of this? Because they were avoiding their parents. And
yeah. I think Severance, I don't know if he will be the one to do it. So I don't think he cares. I don't think I think he's like, well, I mean, whatever. I mean, we'll meet up with Terrica, but I don't think the fact that their parents were there is going to mean anything for the mission or to Severance. But as far as how Severance feels about them, they definitely made Severance uncomfortable in a lot of ways. And that's it.
Lovely. I love that. And you did not describe who your character is.
Yes, I did.
Well, yeah, but you didn't say, but that's a little vague.
Okay. I am a... What else do you want to know?
If you were going to say, oh, that's Severance, he does blah, 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 blah.
Oh, yeah, that's a great question.
Yeah.
That I'm sure we'll figure out.
People.
I'm sure we'll explore in the narrative because I don't know. So yeah, Severance is when it comes to stats and such about the character, he's got a lot of charm, a lot of like social a lot of intel, and a lot of education and wisdom. He's got a lot of those stats. So I guess we will see where that puts him. But I think as far as like the archetype of what this character is, he's a failed free trader who is now starting to not necessarily trying to go down the path of like this like thiefy scoundrelly spy, but it's like that's what the hand that has been dealt to him, and that is how he is sort of just living his life. It's not necessarily the fact that he wants to be the coolest thief or a burglar or a pirate, but it's definitely something that it could probably naturally be in his wheelhouse. But I think for the front face of Severance, I think he's very excited to actually be working for the King of Drinax and to actually maybe make a name for himself, Severance, and not Aloysius. His prime.
Right. Yeah, I like it. Grimjack, that means you're up next.
Hi, everybody. I am Grimjack21502, Greg. I'll be playing Dr. Valentine Val Morrissey. He is a physician. He is a very, very good physician. He is very famous for what he has done. He is very well known on the Floating Palace, and even points north, south, east, and west. So I would imagine because of Val's existing relationship with Terrica, he has probably met the parents before, or at least peripherally, been in the same space or the same orbit. This is likely going to fall on him to convey that there was whenever Terrica is reintroduced to the party, to explain that there was an interesting exchange with their parents. And yeah, I'm going to wing it and make it sound better than what it really was, and hope that works out. Also, everybody, Greg, the player of Val, spent several hours in the Central Supply catalog this week. Entirely too much time. I didn't have any internet, so I thought, you know what? Here we go. And it was the best. So I have gone on a bit of a shopping spree. I know shopping episodes are best done in front of the camera, but trust me, the Amazon Prime is pulling up with a lot of boxes.
So exciting. Oh, okay. And this leaves us, of course, last but certainly not least. Ari, who are you? Who are you playing? And you were successfully able to dodge running into your parents, which is quite a feat when the entire world is basically on a floating platform. So, dodging them is a little bit tricky, but you have done. So, how are you feeling about finding out what happened while you were avoiding them?
Oh, I mean, well, transparently, there's a piece of me that congratulates myself on the success of avoiding them, all things considered. My parents have a very insidious way of finding their way into situations and becoming a part of things that I would rather that they not. I worry, I assume historic interactions between them and Val have not been ideal, and yet he's come so far. And I think that like at this point, I'm just hoping that they recognize him for all of the worth that he has to deliver. And I'm simultaneously praying to any deity that will listen that there was no mention of me to my parents, even in the slightest forms, because I do recognize that their ability to articulate and understand the negotiations of politics exceeds the average individual, and I don't want them to know that I was actually right around the corner. I mean, not literally, but
certainly.
Yeah.
And what can you tell us about your character?
Oh, well, I've seen war. I've looked it in its face, and I do not understand it any more now than I did then, but I do fear it more. And I would encourage individuals to find solutions through communication rather than violence, because it's very, very damning if you don't communicate and you instead use weapons. People's ships get destroyed, and livelihoods and inventory and identities. And I liked my identity, so
sad.
Yeah. I'm fine. I'm good.
Yeah,
I'm
oh,
doing
good.
excellent. I'm doing very well. I'm doing fine. I'm
Good.
doing very good. I'm doing excellent.
Oh, yeah.
I'm doing very well.
Oh, good. Yeah, yeah.
Thank you.
Avoiding parents. But no, I think it's good. And I am your GM.
That's what very well people say.
Yeah, very well. Troopersjp, and I am the facilitator for this madness, and I'm so happy for us all to be here. And episode 3. So, to kick off our moment, when we left off, there was the crew got together on this planet of Drinax. Well, really, the floating platform, the royal palace, the golden floating palace above Drinax, which is currently the seat of all of like the 70,000 people who live here, is the entire interstellar kingdom of Drinax at the moment. And Drinax itself is the most technologically advanced planet in this area by quite a lot. It, however, has absolutely no infrastructure and no resources. So they're just sort of holding on, right, to the technological advances they had that they got a couple hundred years ago, but they cannot really capitalize on because everything was destroyed by the Aslan 200 years ago. And it's this kind of strange sort of existence, some of the best minds and great knowledge, but everyone's sort of forgotten about them. And in this place, our protagonists, or antagonists, have assembled, meeting back up again. And they were summoned to see the king, which is a big deal. And 3 of the 4 went. 1 of the 4 was pretty certain their parents would show up, and those parents did indeed show up. But in the process of this meeting the king, and the queen, who is dead, but a statue of the queen has been built and carved lifelike and full size and sat on the throne beside the king. The pitch was made that they have found one of the only members. They had these ships back in the day, a Harrier-class ship, and that Harrier-class ship was something to behold, but they were all destroyed in the war 200 years ago, except they found one. And so the king and his daughter have come up with a plan, and that plan is to get some people who are trustworthy and important to become privateers, pirates, and start attacking the trade between the Imperium on the one side and Aslan Hyrate on the other, to sort of disrupt trade, but also use that money and build up the coffers of Drinax, but also spend that money in the unaligned local planets to get them on your side. Get supporters. Basically, what the king wants to do is rebuild the kingdom secretly, and also bring up the idea of piracy being a problem so that by the time you build yourselves up, you can turn around and say, hey, we are now a force and we can stop these pirates. We totally can. And, if you recognize us as an interstellar kingdom. So your job is to become pirates, get a whole bunch of money, use this ship not only to sort of part of this larger sort of political scheme, but also in diplomatic ways, right? To sort of use this as a symbol of the new Drinax, and try to bring these unaligned worlds together, because squeezed in between these 2 large expansionist empires, interstellar empires, these unaligned planets are not going to do very well in the long term if they don't sort of build together. So that was the pitch, and if you are successful, also, of course, part of this was don't draw too much attention to yourself too early, because you want to disrupt things, but not have them bring all their forces in to crush everybody. And certainly don't let anybody know that you're coming from Drinax. And of course, once Drinax is recognized, all of your privateering will have been legal. And if you do, you will be made dukes. Most likely will give you your own planets, so that you have great opportunity for you coming if you can help bring this dream of Drinax back to reality. And that was part of the pitch. And there was a resource. Margaret Blaine, the scourge of the spaceways, one of the most infamous space pirates who had a 40-year reign of piracy that sort of ended about 30 years ago, has something she wants. There was a ship that used to belong to her, a far trader, and it was the only one of the ships that she lost in her fleet. The captains of that ship got drunk and ended up being loud and getting caught, and then their ship was impounded and then sold off to people who used it for trade. Now, she's been waiting for about 30 years and watching this ship, and this ship started giving the signs of piracy. Well, not really piracy, that's not right. Smuggling, right? Normally when you jump into a system, you jump in right to where that planet is. So there's a starport, you land in the starport, you do your trading, you get your fuel, then you jump back out. It's a lovely situation. But this ship recently started jumping not to the starport, but to like gas giants on the edge of the system and refueling, which is a little bit dangerous, like using the gas giant to refuel. And you don't do that unless you don't want to go into customs. So she's like, they must have fallen hard times and they must be smuggling things. So here's her pitch. She needs a ship, which you now have been lent a ship, this great ship. She would like you all to go and do some piracy on this free trader, this far trader. Because what the people on this ship don't know is that she has got some stuff on that ship still. She'd hidden in one of the smuggler compartments some personal effects, some jewelry, some mementos, some various things that she would like back. They clearly don't know about it. If otherwise, these things would have been put on the market. And so she would like you all to go in with her, do some piracy. She wants her stuff back. And she says, whatever illegal stuff they're carrying, you can have all of it. I just want my stuff. And in return, she will give you all of her tips and the things she knows about piracy. It should be pretty easy, should not be a very big deal, and she knows where they're going to be, and together you're all going to go on this mission. And we ended the session when you were introduced to, in a sort of a secret hangar bay, this ship, a sort of Art Deco, gilt, sort of vaguely Titanic, sort of amazing sort of thing. And that is where we left off. But I do know that the parents gone, Terrica would be able to get back in touch with the crew. So I would like to know, where all do you meet up with Terrica?
So we're meeting up with Terrica before we get on our ship, or are we meeting up?
It's up to you.
Are we pulling up? Get in. We're going shopping with the new ship.
Well, the ship is in the hangar bay, and you've not assessed it. And we know that Terrica's actually quite good at it's very good engineer.
So we did do a walkthrough, I remember.
Yeah.
But
Harlock has been assessing from the moment she entered.
So the question is, do you invite Terrica to the secret hangar? Do you pick Terrica up? Like, how does this happen? How do you all get yourselves together?
I would say it's yes. I think that we meet in a common area that's closest to the secret hangar bay, that whatever the princess and the royal family will allow.
Yeah. First
And
prize is getting Terrica to the ship, and I love it.
right. Yeah. This is it. Roll initiative.
Yeah.
And then pick up Terrica and have them come with us to because they don't know the way to get to the secret hangar bay. So we'll meet in a public area that would be like we'll meet in the food court, someplace where their parents likely would not be.
A little too grungy for their parents to be seen.
Right.
I would like to think it is the exact same bar that we would have been at if it wasn't a holodeck.
Yeah.
Right. Sure.
Yes.
I mean, I think that's accurate, but I think Terrica they'd still show up with like this sort of look.
Yeah.
They'd just be like, "Oh, hi guys, what's going on?"
And she has her pet tiger,
Oh,
Raja,
they do.
nearby too. Yeah, okay.
Can you show me the world?
Come on, we have to go show you Brand New
I
World.
gotta show you a bunch of- I can show you a gas giant. It's over here somewhere, we think. So yeah, I guess we'll just maybe meet up with her. I don't know. Maybe we just
With
have.
them.
Do we have with them? Thank you. Do we have comms? I know that probably Val does.
It's
I
funny
don't
you
know
should
if
mention
anyone else
that
does,
because
'cause I
I
didn't buy
mean,
anything.
again, these are things that Val has purchased.
Uh-huh.
But again, this would probably be like a day in the future
Mhm.
because Val wouldn't have purchased all this stuff
Mhm.
because he just learned about what's going on with the ship. So no, not yet.
Got it. Okay, so you've
We
put in
have
the order. We will get
telepathy,
the stuff,
though.
not
I
now.
mean-
They'll be back on the ship by the time we
Oh.
get there.
Oh, speaking of
imagine.
telepathy,
Yeah.
Terrica, would you do me a favor?
Oh yeah, did we roll these? things?
Sure.
Everybody else has rolled except for Terrica. Terrica, would you go, if you have the book, would you go to page 228 of the core rule book? You have a 1 in psionic strength.
I do, yeah.
You might have some psionics, very, very limited, because the Harlock, of course, is a
The Harlock.
the
Yes,
Harlock
good.
is a bit of a teacher. You
My
may-
students, my grasshoppers.
right? You may roll. There are 5 psionic talents, and you may roll for each one. You need to roll an 8 in order to have that talent. Modified by your psionic strength modifier, DM, which I believe is a -2.
It is, as a matter of fact. Yes, it
Yep.
is that.
It is that. And for each subsequent talent, you get a -1 to that roll.
Only a -1 to the roll?
For each subsequent roll. So for your first
Okay.
roll, you'll be at a -2, then the next -3, then 4, then 5, then 6. But each of the talents has a bonus to it. So for example, telepathy is the easiest one to learn, and it gives you a +4. And teleportation is the most difficult one to learn, and that's a +0. So you get to choose which order you would like to roll these in.
Let's start with telekinesis.
Okay. So that will be a minus, you'll be at straight 0.
Straight 0. And that's 2d6, yeah?
2d6.
Okay.
7. No. Okay.
I need to get 8, right?
You
Or
do.
what is it?
8.
8 and above. Yeah.
Mhm.
Let's and everything else is just -1, right?
Well, you have an
Or-
automatic -2, and for
Yeah.
each one you roll, you'll get another -1.
Okay. Let's get teleportation out of the way.
Okay, so
Maybe
that
we'll get
currently will be a -3 to that roll.
But aren't the rest of these going to be a -3?
Well, the thing is that teleportation, that first one you did telekinesis is a +2, right? And so
Uh-huh.
you're automatically at a -2, and there's no other extra negative, but that +2 and that -2 bounce out to a 0. Teleportation is at a -0, so your regular -2 plus another -1 because it's your second one that you've rolled, so that's a -3.
But I'm always going to have that -1, right?
Always a -2, and then this roll will be a -1, the next one will be another -1, so it'll be a -4, then -5, then -6.
Yeah, the -1s will stack.
Yeah, they stack.
Yeah.
Oh, they stack. Okay,
Mhm.
cool. That was the piece I was missing. Awesome. Let's do okay, in that case, let's do telepathy next.
Okay, that'll give you a
Instead.
+1.
Not
Nope.
that one either.
Okay, what's next?
Let's do teleportation.
That'll be a -4.
Yeah, but I think it's just going to get worse from here on out. Yeah. Let's get it out of the way.
Okay.
I don't think I don't think there's much luck.
You've
Wait,
awareness
where
in-
does my luck come into play on this? Can my
if-
luck come into play?
If you would like to spend your luck, you can.
I think I would. How much can I just spend enough to be able to get teleportation?
So you would need to roll. You need to spend 5 of your 9 luck and then you would
I
not
feel
have
good
it for the
about
rest of the session.
I feel good about that though.
Okay.
You'd still
Wanna
have
do-
4.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Okay.
do that.
I will note that it's very expensive. You have to spend your psi points in order to activate those powers. And
So I was getting caught up too.
right. So,
But they, as long as they have one, they can cast their psi abilities, and if it bleeds over, it comes in as damage.
yeah.
So if the teleportation is just to escape, they could burn the one psi and then say if it's 2 more, it would be 2 damage.
Mhm.
But like that's like a
Mhm.
ripcord though.
Mhm.
Get out of combat or whatever.
Yeah, I gotta be honest. That's what I'm thinking of it
Okay.
as. I'm like,
Yeah.
let's not die. I already
Yeah.
technically died once. I don't need more technical deaths.
Okay.
Once is
Good.
enough.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
So remove that luck for today, and you have the
Okay.
teleportation talent at 0.
Perfect. Let me drop
So-
that in here before I forget.
You have the choice of awareness or clairvoyance next.
Let's do awareness.
Awareness, so that'll be a -4.
I mean, I literally have to roll a perfect number here.
Mm-hmm.
You rolled a 6.
But if I spend 2 luck, I could get that too, right?
Mhm.
Awareness is, you might be reading it right now, but you
All
can
Yeah.
body.
augment yourself. You can like throw psi points into strength and all kinds of fun stuff.
I mean, it seems super useful for piloting stuff. That's what I was thinking of it as. Am I reading that right?
I like that. I like the way you're thinking.
Yeah,
'Cause I
yeah.
did not at all think about piloting yet.
Wait, what did you say?
I said I have not at all thought about piloting yet. So
I'm
that's,
sure it'll
glad
be
someone
fine.
is. I'm
You
glad
just
mean,
someone's
shove
thinking
the ship
about
into
it.
space.
Yep.
I've got so much in piloting. I
Love
want to like,
that.
plus it's double-edged, like transparently, it's a double-edged sword.
Mhm.
Piloting last time got them into a literal war. So that's
Mhm.
kind of fun.
It's okay.
It's
We've
from
got
like Artie
we've got
wanting
a
to.
world's famous doctor
It's true.
and a duke from the
Yeah.
Please,
the Imperium
please.
and
I
a
mean-
special
I'm just a
forces
man.
psi agent. We're fine.
Everything's gonna be totally good. It's hunky dory.
Fine.
Everything always is. I've never had a bad thing.
We're not
happen to
gonna
me
kick
in
up
my
a
life.
war again. Lightning doesn't strike twice.
Yeah, I have never caused a war to occur 2 times. I've only caused it to occur 1 time, and technically I
Exactly.
didn't cause it to occur. It occurred around me.
Yeah.
Mm.
So, all the same, I think it would be very useful to have awareness. So I'm gonna spend another 2 points,
2 points.
to be able to achieve that. Let's do
Mhm.
that.
So you now have awareness at level 0. The last one you have is clairvoyance, and that's at a -3.
I would be shocked if I get this, but I'm okay with that. Yeah, that's
Okay.
fine. We don't need to be clairvoyant.
Okay.
We're there's many other things that we are.
Yeah, absolutely. And so, with that said, you meet up at this food court, and I leave it to you. I just want to know if you had telepathy so that they could ping you, but you don't.
Oh, that makes perfect sense. But
That's why I wanted
yeah, I don't think there would be telepathy with this luck.
Terrica? Is that Terrica?
Yeah.
What-
Yes.
Terrica, what are you wearing?
I'm wearing a blanket. It was available. I hope that's all right, Val. It was just on the back of the seat, and I thought, well, there was no use for it, so I might as well grab it in case perhaps someone I might
Are you cold?
yes,
Me throw a
definitely
blanket,
very
Sue
cold.
through a blanket.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose that makes sense for. Well,
Got
We-
good news.
Really good
Sorry.
news.
Sorry, I didn't know if you wanted to say it or.
What?
no,
got-
I think either of you could probably explain it better than I would likely in this scenario. So,
I'm
Val-
giddy, Severance. Why don't you say something?
What?
So we met with the king.
How did that go well? Did he obviously your heads are still on, so this is good news.
Yeah, real good news. We may have a letter of marque.
May,
A ship.
may I see it?
A
Ship.
letter of marque. We also
A
have
ship?
a ship. Yes.
Terrica, a
yes.
ship.
We have
Where
a
did
ship
he
too,
come
but
upon a
also
ship?
Mark. The letter of marque is pretty cool. Because that means we can. Anyway, the ship is. Yeah, you're right. We could talk about this one later. The ship. Yeah.
It's one of your old ships from apparently way back. It's ancient. It has holes in it. Bugs.
Ancient for a ship. It's about 200 years old. Some of the parts are a little wonky, a lot of moving parts, which makes it a bit interesting for driving and spacefaring. Moving parts is not great for airflow and also keeping things airtight. But besides that, it's more of a museum piece than it is flying right now. But we are able to, if we can, get it up. And if we can get it up into the sky, then we have something for you to fly.
Oh, wait, get it up into the sky. There are holes and also bugs, literal
Yep.
bugs or bugs
Very
in the soft.
literal.
Uncertain.
Yes.
Uncertain.
Terrica, it's a ship.
How did we get a ship? What does the king want in exchange?
For us to have fun.
A lot of it.
If we were to just bridge the meeting into a sentence, yeah, that would be it. Yeah, that's the phrase. Have fun, have a lot of it. But we could go into detail when we're on the ship and out of here. Oh, by the way, we saw your parents.
Yes, I wanted to bring that up, in fact.
They're around, so we should.
You know,
We should, that's the secret hangar bay.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
this conversation's not over. This is right to from Harlock to Terrica. This conversation's not over, you know. I had to touch my face to the hands.
Slowly.
I
Yes,
do
very slowly.
apologize profusely, immeasurably. They intend to provide as much uncomfortable suffering as they can for those that they see as their enemies, and I'm sure that this was their intent. And
Your father's hand smells like mints. It's
They've upped their
strange.
game.
I can
that's
even see
because
that.
his hand is perpetually in the jar. I do apologize.
Ugh. Another just like shiver, full body. Just.
I accept your apology.
I do appreciate that immensely, because I frankly, if I were in your shoes, I would not accept an apology as a mere token of anything, considering what I'm sure they put
Well,
you through.
Luckily, it was
We should walk and talk.
as short-lived as it could be. Yes, please, let's leave this place.
Oh God,
Mhm.
Val,
The
was it
smell
really
is coming back.
This way.
bad?
Uh,
Oh my, it was.
No,
It was awful.
No.
No.
It was,
Did not even talk to you this time?
I'm glad you weren't there for your emotional well-being. I have no problem running point guard for this. And none of us do. It's fine. I'm sure it will be.
Yes. No. Everything I'm sure is quite fine as it is, and as it should be, as it
We have a
perpetually
ship.
is. A ship.
A ship.
It's pretty beautiful. All things considered.
I mean,
All things considered.
Like everything. If you were to consider
With
everything
enough
in the
fun.
universe considered.
Let's have fun.
what kind of fun?
Oh, you know, stealing things, shooting people, retrieving some other things, and what? No one's listening.
Shooting
we're in the-
people?
Oh, here's the door.
And you are brought. They've taken you kind of like in this sort of back way through like sort of back parts of the palace, through like back hallways into, and they
West
open up
Wing.
into this hangar, like a hangar bay, which you did not know was there. And I'm going to just bring you all to this page, and I want to give a shout out to Void Smoker.
Oh yeah, it's so good.
Yeah. So Void Smoker created some fan art of your ship.
Oh, it's so beautiful.
Yes, it is. This ship is beautiful. It is a little rough, The wear and tear is a little rough on it, but it is this ship that is. So ships are rated by weight class, basically, and a trader, like a far trader of the type that two of you were probably on, is about 100 sort of displacement tons. This is 200. So this is like twice the size of a regular trader. And it is sleek, and it has got all of this amazing sort of extra sort of work on it. All the rivets and bits are made to look beautiful. The windows have got like these stained glass windows, and it's got brass fittings. It is this absolutely gorgeous piece of this bird. It is also over 200 years old, but yet it is still one of the most technologically advanced ships you will find in this entire area, because Drinax was something amazing at one point before the attacks. And this ship is before you, and you can see some evidence of battle damage. It was clearly from, it was damaged in that battle 200 years ago, but somehow survived. And you can see some damage to it, but it is there, this ship. And you all asked me a question. You wanted to know the name of the queen. The queen's name is Zutian, is the queen's name. Who died. But Zutian is her name.
As soon as we would get into the hangar and, that cinematic wide shot that kind of pulls out and shows the beauty of this in the eye of both the beholder and just because it's badass, Val would turn to Terrica. Ship.
Terrica won't say anything, but they are going to walk over to the ship and just like reach up and run their fingers along the top from like the tip all the way to the stern. And then they're going to turn back to Val and be like, I need to get inside. There's so much promise. If we could maybe pool our funds, I think that just a couple of if we can, and then they're going to go inside the ship and start like trying to figure out like where all the pieces and take inventory of like what needs to be fixed, what's working, what isn't working. And the whole time as they're like doing this, they're going to just be sort of like cooing to the ship. Like every so often they'll be like, oh, they didn't quite do that right, did they? Don't worry, I'll take care of you. Followed by, oh my, you have seen something here, haven't you? Sweet baby. Like just all of these, like as they're just like pulling open and pulling out a bunch of wires and being like, oh goodness. And like everything's starting to get like smudged with like the grease from pulling things out as they're like running inventory. So like all of their like neatly coiffed hair and like beautiful, all their jewelry, very messed up. Everything is dirty and greasy by the time that they like get, and they don't talk to anybody else. Like this is all ship conversation right now.
Private conversation.
Talking ship.
Talking ship. So something to note, many ships are just ships, but this ship has got dark wood of a tree that grew on Drinax hundreds of years ago that has mostly been destroyed. That deep, rich, dark wood that has a bit of a kind of a reddish stain to it. And there's so much like rich wood carvings. The bridge itself, the ceiling of the bridge has got these murals painted in it, right? They've got like sort of golden stars and these sort of murals of great heroes. The Star Guard and the Star Guard of Drinax wear these anti-grav belts, and they've got like winged helmets, and they like fly through the air. So this whole thing is, how do I put this? It's also very damaged, but it is one of those things that if you brought somebody into this ship on a diplomatic for negotiations, not the way it is right now, because things are very broken. The mirrors and are cracked. But if you could bring people in, they would be so impressed. You would get a bonus to your diplomacy rolls, let's say, for example, if this thing were all cleaned up. But it is a thing that is not just a ship, it's also a symbol. It's something beautiful. But if you're, my friends, if you're all going to go and look through this ship a little bit, let's talk about what kind of damage you have to this ship. And how much,
I knew it.
and how much it might take to fix it. Yeah. So, I made a Google Doc form for you, the group sheet, and there's a initial repairs sheet. So first off, why don't we just start with the perhaps most important question? Could you each tell me how many ship shares you have? So we can
Can you
just
remind
total them
me?
up.
Where I find that information? Sorry.
That you would have gotten when you mustered out, if you got any.
Oh, I don't think I had any.
Not everybody did.
No.
Two
None.
two ship shares for the Harlock.
Mm-hmm.
9.
Did you
Oh.
get any other ship shares? In addition? 'Cause I don't think
To the
so.
2 or the 9?
To the 9. No? So you have
No,
11 total as a group, 11 ship shares. So let's talk about what's wrong with this ship and what you might need to do, what you can do. You'll have to decide what you want to do with these ship shares. I also might need a couple of rolls. So first off, let's start with the hull. This ship, a ship of this size would normally have, if we were going to put a number on it, 80 hull points. Like your hull can take, a normal ship would be able to take 80 points of damage. But this ship is very well made and could, in its prime, when it's doing well, take 88 points of damage. This hull is very damaged already. So, Stormbirder asked, did one of them roll for a ship, a Far Trader? Yes, indeed, and that's where Val got those 9 ship shares from. The ship translates to a bunch of ship shares, what they can use to fix this one. So this one has got, if you assess the damage, it's got about 40 points worth of hull strength currently, is about what it has.
88
And
total, 40 now?
40
out
now,
of 88?
88 total, but 40 at this moment. And for some kind of context, especially those of you, especially Severance and Terrica, you know that a Far Trader, like a regular trading vessel, has about 40. So you are about like really less than half of what you really should be for this ship. And 1 ship share will restore a 2D worth of hull points. Just so you know. I will also let you know that we are translating the operating thing are repair units. We have technical repair units and structural repair units, and we also have cosmetic repair units, which just make the ship looks better. Like you can fix things, but does it also look very good? And 1 technical or structural is also worth 2 cosmetic. So, and your ship share is basically worth either 1 structural, 1 technical, or 2 cosmetic. So each ship share you spend will repair that hull some. Next point, as you are looking through this ship, the ship has got 2 weapons. It's got a turret with missiles, and it's got this massive particle beam that sort of runs the length of the ship that should be able to sort of move about. The problem is it is completely destroyed. It needs to be repaired pretty heavily. This ship is the particle beam is not functional at the
Particle
moment.
beam is a fixed rail underneath the ship?
It can move, right?
Okay.
But it's much bigger than a regular turret. The turret's much smaller, but this has got a lot more
Yeah,
sort of
yeah,
power
yeah.
and oomph to it. And if it is completely fixed, it should be able to give you 360. Right now, it doesn't work at all. It's not functioning. If you spend
Is it even there?
one
it-
structural and one technical, you'll be able to restore it to front-facing only. It needs a total of 2 structural and 3 technical to have full functionality back, full movement, and then of course also there are cosmetic repairs. Before you start thinking about your missile turret is fine, however, you also have a problem with your jump drive, which is not great.
Super important.
It is very, very, very important. However, in order to figure out how your jump drive is going, we're going to need a roll.
What kind of role are you looking for?
Well, first you need to inspect it. We need engineering. Jump drive would be the specialization on that one, the specialism, to get a sense of how problematic this is.
Not mechanical, engineering, huh? Okay.
So just so you know, mechanic allows you to maintain and repair most equipment, but advanced equipment needs engineers. So things like vehicles, most stuff, but engines and things like that is going to be engineering.
That makes sense.
This is a handout, by the way. The Gambler handout is in our Roll20, which I've been.
And by the way, the
been told about
specializations, the specialties for engineer are M drive, your regular maneuver drive, J drive, your jump drive, life support, and power. Those are the 4 specializations for the ship. So it would take a couple of days to assess what's up with the jump drive.
And I feel like based on character,
And these days,
Terrica would have life support. They would be specialized in life support.
what is your engineer level, by the way?
Skill level 0.
Okay.
My mechanic is a 1.
Okay.
That's what I was trying to angle.
Do we have any other engineers?
I have engineer at 0.
Okay. In which case, you two could work together.
Trooper, I don't mean to interrupt, but if somebody, we had that ship skills package, and I know engineer was one of those.
Who took it?
Whoever got it received it at 1.
I have engineer. DM is 1, it says, but the skill level 0.
If it was part of this, if it was part of the skills package we received at the end, they all came to us at 1.
Yeah.
In fact, the only thing that we received at 0 were our pre-education stuff
That's
is
correct.
0.
Oh,
And I don't remember what I got in that package.
Let me
I think I got Gunner in that package, unless
pull
somebody else
that
has it.
up.
I
we
don't
can
think-
just double check.
Yeah. I feel like there was a lot of
Yeah,
notes
what
should have
was, I guess
taken.
what was in that package? Because that'll tell me what I had and didn't have.
Well, I'll just look it up, and then
I appreciate it.
it's,
Sorry,
you
sorry,
I
I'm just,
don't mind.
I'm just getting into character.
It is fine.
A little high anxiety, very polite.
I
It's
believe you
fine.
did the Starship skill package.
Yeah.
Yes.
And that was astrogation, electronics, engineer, gunner, mechanic, medic, pilot, and tactics naval. Were the,
Oh, I think I was tactics naval.
Yeah, I think I took Gunner.
make sure you have them at 1. I believe. Let me see.
We all took 2 though, I think, right?
We all took
yes,
2.
we each took
Yeah,
2.
and I picked up
Oh.
what you all what you all didn't take. So
I had
You'll
pilot
remember.
1 and
that'll
astrogation
help.
or whatever. It was.
Oh, I might have taken engineering then, because those 2 are my last 2. It was me. It was me the whole time.
Ah.
Okay,
I was like,
so-
I think I had that earlier.
yeah, you
Yes.
had it early on in the rules. I remember because you were like, a lot of these I don't really need
Yeah.
because we had them.
Yeah. We're like, let's
Or
do
you
this. And I
had
was like,
them. Yeah.
So Harlock has got engineering 1. Terrica has got engineering 0. Do we let's make sure we have this down so everybody has it. Who had astrogation 1? Mm-hmm. Electronics 1 from that package.
That might have been me, actually.
Electronics, make sure you have it at 1. And then the Harlock got engineer 1.
Mhm.
Who got the gunner 1?
Me.
Okay. Medic 1. I do not think it was our doctor.
I think it was actually me
You have medic 1.
because I already have both that and electronics at 1.
Then we had stealth 1 and streetwise 1, but I feel like you already had streetwise, did you not, Severance? So somebody must have taken this straight. I'm sorry, I just lied to you. That was criminal. I'm so sorry.
I was gonna say I didn't remember those,
I'm
but
so sorry.
Okay, yeah.
Astrogation, electronics, engineer, gunner, medic, and then it was pilot and tactics naval.
I took the
Okay.
backup pilot.
Okay,
Tactics naval was definitely me,
perfect. Okay.
but I don't remember what
have-
my second was.
Don't remember what I picked up. I'm pretty sure I picked up engineering or something from that.
Did you take electronics?
I do not have electronics. I have engineer. I have recon. I'm trying to think of things that are out of my character's.
So we have astrogation, electronics, engineer, gunner, mechanic, medic, pilot. Here's the thing.
I have mechanic and I have engineer, so that's probably where I picked those up, if I'm remembering correctly. Otherwise, I don't remember where in my career path I would have picked those up.
Here's the easiest thing to do, and this is what I did to kind of reverse engineer everything. If you
Mhm.
can remember the 2 very first skills you picked up before you went to life when you're 18,
Yeah.
those 2 that you picked up, or however many you had, some people had more because of their education skill. If you can remember all those, they're all 0. Everything you received during your learning time was at least a 1.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
So it would have been at least a 1 to add to, because when I went back through, that was universally correct, that they were giving you a 1. And then if you already have a 1, that probably means that should be a 2, because you started at 0 and went to 1. That's what I did anyway. And then I realized I should have started at 1 and go to 2.
Could I have been
Although-
putting these in skill level or DM? Because I think I've been putting them in DM, and now that's been screwing
It
up
would
my
be skill
entire.
level. And I will note,
Ah, perfect.
and I will note, by the way, that these starship package come at a 1. So if you had it at 1, it doesn't go up to 2. It stays at a 1.
and an MVP appears.
Ooh.
We got some notes here.
Thank you, Willen. So Terrica got medic and
Oh
tactics
my
naval.
gosh.
Oh,
Amazing.
Willen, this is our MVP. This is why we have Willen. So that's Terrica.
thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank
That's so
you.
amazing.
Val gets pilot and astrogation. Harlock has gunner engineer. So good. And then that gives Severance electronics and mechanic. So good. Okay, so we have 2 of you. Here's the question. There are 4 specializations for engineer, and we have, 2 engineers right now? Is that correct? Hello, Raiders.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Harlock. Maneuver drive, jump
yes.
drive, life support, or power?
Oh, what was the first drive?
Maneuver drive. That's when you're
Maneuver
not in
drive.
jump space.
Oh, maneuver drive, jump drive, life support, or power. All of those sound delightful. How about this? Doesn't seem like the biggest thing now, but I feel like it could be down the line. How about some life support?
Now, Terrica's going to take life support.
Well, then I don't want it. Get it out of here.
I feel like you can
Boo. Throw it in the
Yeah.
trash. In that case, let's go with jump drive so we can get out of here.
Fair enough. Okay.
Nice.
Please note that. I would like, if you don't mind, in that case, I would like a support role from Terrica, engineer at a plane 0, and then what you get will be a bonus or negative, a help to our dear, the Harlock.
Perfect.
William, thank you so much. That was
William,
amazing.
you're
Thank
just
you so
amazing.
much.
Yes.
That was,
Thank
You're-
you.
Holy cow,
yeah,
dude.
that
This
really
Forever.
was awesome. Thank you.
It's like magic. Okay.
So good.
2d6, yeah?
Yes, please.
Here we go.
10. That is very good. With that, you're going to give a +1 to Harlock when Harlock rolls engineering.
Is that now? Is
Yes,
it now?
please.
Is it time? Here we
Yes,
go.
please.
I'm rolling IRL because Roll20 does not like me.
And remember, you're going to be getting, this will be 2d6 plus your engineering bonus, plus the +1, right, from Terrica. Plus, this is going to be your, if you have your int bonus.
Yes. Yes. Okay. Very good. So.
Trying to harmonize. Sorry.
So the modifier that is.
Ari, what is your intelligence bonus?
It's a +1.
So that's an 11. All right. So that's, yes, that's good.
Okay. And I'm gonna have to at some other point go back over and figure out my skill, because I just upped my skill levels as per what our wonderful doctor here said, but I don't have any of my, there are no modifiers on there.
The skill level is just what it is. It's just your characteristics that have a modifier to it.
Oh, okay. Then never mind. Here we go. Here we go. Oh dang. So that would be a plus. That's a 15, a nice round 15.
Nice. That is very good.
We're gonna jump on out of here. We're gonna hopscotch across
We needed
the
that so bad.
sky.
We really did need that.
You have an assessment. I'm going to roll this for a moment. That's a 6. So it takes you, because you rolled so well, it would normally take you a full 3 days to go through, both of you together to go through this. But actually, it only takes you about a day and a half to sort of assess what's going on with the jump drive.
Montage.
You would have taken a lot longer. So here's the thing. Your
Need
jump drive
montage music
is
for
not
these moments.
in a good way.
I think it would have taken way less time to figure that out.
But more specifically, it will work.
Okay.
However,
Oh.
it's finicky. And you're going to get a -2 on all skill checks associated with your jump drive, including to jump. And that then, of course, increases the chance of a misjump or a serious misjump.
Wait, so you're telling me that the way that the Hoosbanger connects to the Ukkelbukkel is not completely solidified. So whenever we try and send any energy through there, there's a chance it's going to arc over to the Wutzbanger, and then we can just fall out of hyperspace. Is that accurate?
I'm gonna write it down, but I'm not gonna like it.
Exactly
Fair.
what she's saying.
I don't
So-
like it either.
Vocal banger.
So what you've got is this.
Mm.
For one technical unit, you can reduce that penalty to about -1. I mean, it's still a little bit. I'm rolling very well. Not so good for you. So
Yeah, you can stop that. It's
Ew.
okay.
for one
There's no
technical
need.
repair unit, you can get it down to a -1.
Wow.
But but you're going to need 3 more technical units to actually repair it completely. That
Okay.
like one
So
is gonna
4
be just okay.
total?
Yeah, 4 total. Yep, that is 4 total you'll need to get that jump drive in a good way, where it currently is not in a good way. And then, of course, there's your maneuver drive, because that's also not in the greatest spot. The maneuver drive it's been restored. It works, right? You could use it. It's awesome. Except that it's not particularly reliable.
Ooh.
You notice as you're running it, sometimes it just cuts out, just shuts off, and has to be restarted. And you're going to really need to spend some time to really sort of fix out why this thing is shorting out at times. If you roll a double 1, a critical failure, your maneuver drive will just shut down. As a side note, you'll need some time, but I will just.
It's all right though. I stream Star Citizen, so I know all the workarounds to all these bugs. Everyone, so don't worry.
2 technical repair units to fix the maneuver drive, so they will not just randomly
Oh, we probably need that.
cut out on you sometimes. I mean, you can bring it back up, it's just
Is that complete repair with 2?
Yep, complete repair.
Okay.
Question.
Yes.
Hitting the old turn off and turn it back on again. How long does that take?
Well, it'll be 1 round that you'll lose
Oh.
your maneuver drive.
Okay.
However, that means you don't get to maneuver, and you use your maneuver to get closer or run away.
Get
also
that
to
sense.
Dodge.
The things you might want to do in a ship.
Ultimately, the particle consolidator just needs a little bit of time to reattach everything together so that it can shoot everything through, but it can't do that as long as we're trying to run the energy through it the way we are. So the reality is we've either got to repair it so that it can handle the capacity, or we're going to have to deal with the fact that every once in a while, the atoms just aren't going to consolidate the way that we need them to.
Well, I don't think we're going to want that.
I don't think we are either. But the question is, what do we repair, fighting or moving?
And there's one more thing that you need to know, and this one's bad. But
Oh.
not as bad as the other ones, but way worse than you think.
Oh, no. It's life support. There is
What?
none.
No, it's not the life support.
I'm here for life support.
It's a
everything.
convertible.
It's everything. This
What do you mean?
ship
It will
is-
blow over in a slight breeze.
No, it's old, right? It's just that it's not just that it's old, that the parts for this ship, just the regular maintenance, the everyday
They're all on
maintenance of
recall.
this ship, are specialized and hard to find and a little finicky.
Oh my God, it's a Volkswagen.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we need to go to
that's-
collectors. We need to find
this-
collectors
Yes.
to repair our ships.
Yes, it is.
We have to treat this with respect. This ship has more history and value than we can possibly recognize in our timeline, not just because of where it's been or how it was created, but because of what it is.
Yeah.
This is a living history that we have an obligation to take care of and correctly.
Well, this living history is going to get us killed if we don't fix it.
What that means, by the way, is that you have monthly maintenance costs for this vehicle that you need to do to keep the ship working in a good shape. And normally that would cost you 28,000 credits a month to maintain this ship that you're going to have to probably get through piracy, which is cool. But it is double that cost. That's
40,000 a
already
month?
quite a bit, but it's double the cost because, this ship needs a little extra work. You can spend a technical repair unit to reduce that by 20%. So 5 technical repair units will bring that back down to the normal operating cost.
5. Okay.
I
And
love this game so much.
Remind me, are
Mhm.
technical repair units the same as a ship share? Like what's okay.
Yes.
And we
Yes,
have
indeed.
11 of those.
Yes. So
One ship share can double up as a cosmetic repair, but
that is correct.
everything else it's 1 for 1. Yeah.
Yep. Also, your bridge needs, you've got a bunch of cosmetic repairs that you're going to need to fix up your bridge, the crew accommodations, the lower deck, the outer hull. There's a lot of cosmetic stuff to fix this.
So we don't have to use those plywoards to,
Mhm.
access the panels.
And
Wait, what? No, we must do that carefully.
yes.
Yes, carefully, Harlock. I see that face, and we will do it carefully and with kindness and care and caution and grace.
I will be as kind as I am to everything.
I worry. I can handle these. It's fine.
As long as I don't go falling through the floor, that's the most important thing.
A fair and accurate point, I suppose. We're to prioritize ourselves above the ship, but all right.
By the way, I've got some good rolls for you. Well, not so much. You'll need only an extra technical repair unit to fix the bridge, and 3 more for the lower deck. So you have 11 ship shares with which to fix this ship. You have got 1 ship share for each 2 dice worth of hull you want to repair. You've got up to 5 to fix between 2 or 5 to fix your main particle beam. You've got 1 or 5 to fix your jump drive. between 1 and 5 to fix your maintenance costs, 2 for your maneuver drive. So you have some decisions to make.
Maneuverability is far more important than being able to shoot things. If we can get
Agree.
away, we'll be alive. If we can shoot things, it depends on how good we can shoot. I, for one, am a fan of ensuring that we can maneuver, first and foremost.
Agree. I agree.
I agree with that.
And when you say we, I mean you mean you. You'll be maneuvering.
I mean, I would be very honored to be offered the opportunity to.
I've never
Terrica,
flown
none
a
of the
ship.
rest of us can drive this
I've
thing.
never flown.
Oh,
a ship.
fantastic! Yes, thank you. I would love that so much. That would make my day. I mean, in a very, I will take very good. I will be very. I promise that I will do good things. Well, perfect, fine. I won't. Yes, it will be good. Good.
It's like a journey.
Mhm.
Aside from that, I do
What-
feel.
So that's 2 ship shares for the maneuverability drive. What about the jump drive? 1 or 4?
I say we can get it partially done. I am curious about getting our regular upkeep back to a normal price, or else we'll be paying out the wazoo for it for months to come.
Accurate and fair. If we can negotiate with some who would be willing to part with their funds, then that may not be a concern.
I think,
can get-
well, as first things first, we should probably get the jump drive working, because if we get the jump drive working, then as far as it can, because we need accuracy, because we're making a jump, aren't we? We're going to a gas giant. Then from that job, we can take whatever's there, and that maybe we'll be able to scalp whatever's on that ship for the good of Drinax, but also for
The good of us.
our ship. Yeah, exactly. So for this job, I think we need a jump, an accurate jump. So my vote, whether or not that matters, my vote is we would put as much into the jump we can.
Yes, I would second that vote in all authority as much as I have.
So that would be
Breaking it down by the numbers, that means if you want full maneuverability, full jump, that's 6. If you want the rail gun to at least face forward, that's another 2. And if you want to
8.
reduce the costs at all, that's going to be 5, which puts
I
us
will note
over.
it's 2 plus 5, so that's 7 for the maneuver drive and the jump drive, leaving you with 4.
Oh, it's
I
4
had-
for. I had 4 written down for. Or
It's
yeah, I had 4 written
4
down
plus
for
1.
the. Ew.
It's 1 just to get
Oh,
it
I thought
minimum.
5 total.
All right.
Yeah, 5 total.
What are our ship
Scratch
shares
that
on this
number
thing?
out.
Well, in that case, I would argue, again, my argument is entirely, what good are guns if we're standing in the middle of a hailstorm? But if our hull is solid and we can run, then we'll be able to fight another day, or at least negotiate for additional funds
Yes.
for another day.
Well,
And
keep in mind, we need to be able to threaten them with something if we are going to get the funds with which we're going to be able to deal the rest of these fixes we need to make.
Well,
We
what
can't
about
threaten
you?
them with our words.
We
Can't
could
threaten
threaten
with
them with your sharp wit.
As much as I like to think my wit is sharp enough to cut through anyone's will, I think it's nice to have it backed up with a little action.
I think that this first little soiree
Yeah.
might not be the best to go guns a-blazing in.
Yes.
Maybe we can figure out another way to get back the fine captain's ship.
I
or
just
at
think
least
we
the
should have
items
a
thereof.
gun.
We do.
We have the missiles. The missiles are
Mm.
working.
We have, and the turrets is not working. Turrets aren't working. I was.
If we want we want the railgun to face forward, it would be 2. It would be another 7 to get the engines fully functional, whether in, jump, or out.
Mm.
And then that would leave us with a lovely 2 left over for either the haul or to reduce costs.
But I think Severance did bring up a good point about, as far as monthly costs going, just trying a little more enthusiastically when we borrow funds from other ships.
I will make a note. And this note I will give you. Many far traders do not have weapons on them. So you might not have to worry about getting shot at. Although, as the Harlock noted, if you want to convince people to let you on their ship and have you take let you take their stuff, you might need to shoot at them at least once.
Might have a presence, yeah, exactly. Or a security, you know.
Just to show them we mean business. Doesn't mean we have to obliterate them. You know, it'd be hard to collect the stuff from floating around in space.
What if we board them? How viable an option is that?
I don't really remember though. We also, let's not forget that we also have the Duke of the Baron, excuse me, of the Imperium, Aloysius Merrymore. We could absolutely utilize that.
That make work for some of the ships, but
Right. Of
I'm
course,
hard to
but
believe
it
it
is
would
an
work for
option.
each and every one. I mean, I think we should absolutely utilize your face when we can.
Maybe we should stop thinking about next month and think about tomorrow.
Exactly.
This
What
is
gets us
why
there?
you are so fantastic.
Exactly. That's what I've been saying. We try to get our maneuvers as much as we can there, and to get this job done. And then with the piñata that we have, everybody remember what a piñata is, right? Those
We get to the next job.
exactly. We'll pop this piñata, we'll take the candy, and then we will move to the next one. And then we'll store the candy in our
I
ship.
don't know what that is. What's he talking
Piñata?
about?
Essentially, occasionally, individuals put together paper mache recreations of animals, and then
Reeds and
children
wicker
are
on
allowed to
Right.
whack them.
Oh,
You
For fun.
basically beat them to death until they break
Oh,
apart
well.
and spray candy everywhere.
are
Yeah,
adults
goodies.
allowed to whack them as well?
of
Oh,
course,
yes, of
but
course,
usually it's alcohol that falls out.
Mhm.
Oh, well,
And-
I like this.
and
I think we should
naming.
put some of our points into one of these for the ship.
Great. But anyway, for the analogy I was making, that would be the piñata. We would just try to find as many, we need to put as much candy in our own basket to get to this piñata.
So-
Okay, this maybe wasn't a great analogy.
To summarize, it
I
sounds.
like the pinata though. I learned a new thing today. So
I mean, we could occasionally just do a piñata to celebrate the fact that we have such a fantastic, glorious history of a ship to guide us in this collection of useful things for the environment and the empire.
We're on a galaxy-wide piñata search.
Yes.
7, 8, 9.
I will note, and this again, just things to ponder, that it will only cost you 1 to fix the jump drive to the point where you only get a -1 to those rolls. It's a full 5 to get it up completely.
Completely.
Mhm.
What if we fixed it partially? Because if we have full maneuverability, then I believe in the skills of our dear Terrica that we would be able to outmaneuver anyone we come across. Shoot them one across the nose and convince them to let us gently enter their quarters and use the funds to deal with maintenance later.
Oh yes, I'm definitely an excellent. I definitely do that very well. I have never been in a situation where those skills have been a challenge. So I think it would be fine. I would be good at that, and I think that would be fine. I would just say maybe we don't rely on skills, because sometimes wars happen and you don't know that they're going to happen, but you do everything that you can when they do, and then sometimes that's not enough. And so
Nonsense. Well, we're not talking about a full war. We're talking about just a little quick in and out.
I have a problem.
Yeah.
Taking boats, I'd like to avoid all wars if possible.
I have a proposition.
Severance?
We all have various degrees of opinions on what we should do to get to this job and how we wish to do it. We don't really, and we all have a certain amount of respect and trust with each of us, which is making it hard for each one of us to step up and become the leader. I think we should have one person per job who is the leader, or we could always depend on how we could vote after, when well or not, whatever, it doesn't matter. But in this case, you know what we should do is, I think we also have the resource of the Scourge of the Stars herself. If she can be our leader or our captain here, and then she could give us the best advice, and then we could follow her lead moving forward.
I do like this. I think he brings up a good point.
You're talking about Margaret, obviously, yes?
Yes.
Yes. Of course, that makes perfect sense. Yes.
Wonderful. Does anyone have a comms? Anyone? Doc, you have comms? Yet.
Well,
It's
Yes.
been a day and a half, so I do. There's a bunch
Oh,
of boxes that have
wonderful.
shown up. I did some shopping, friends. It's
Oh, good.
the med bay, which I can direct you to on the map, just north of the casual sitting area, is chock full of boxes.
Turned one of
Oh!
the staterooms into a med bay, it seems like, yes?
Mhm.
That's
Did you get a pinata?
one fewer customers you can
Not
have.
yet.
Wouldn't make one of these into a pinata. It wouldn't be a very good one. It would just be a box.
Yes.
But it could still be able to get the point across.
You could probably fill one
he-
of the boxes with things and then hit it once it's empty. Or we could hit the box while it's full and then get all the things out once we've hit the box.
It'd be broken though.
Would break the things.
Why are we breaking things?
We're not breaking
Yeah, it was
things,
just a thought.
She's very excited about the pinata idea, which I think we
Oh
should do
my
at some point. Maybe when we're done with this.
I
Maybe
also
put-
agree that the pinata idea is
Yes.
fantastic.
And
Captain.
there's Margaret Blaine.
Majesty.
Or like immediately like very straight up.
All right.
Captain.
Terrica drops everything they're holding and is just like,
Yes, this ship is a bit damaged. Where's my stateroom?
You're funny.
Right this way, Captain.
There's one with
It's-
boxes. Avoid that one.
It will not be the one with the boxes. Yours is well, about as nice as everything else, but as nice as it can be. Harlock will start ushering very formally.
I will note your ship has 8 staterooms, which, if you give 2 people per stateroom, which is sort of normal, then you can hold 16 people. This does give you space to sell tickets, have, courier some people, passengers. Those people would then be awake, and you may not want that. Sometimes you might not, but they would pay. If you have 1 person per stateroom, they'd pay more. You also have
So not sell tickets to have them come watch us argue.
or maybe not the pirate parts, Also, you have 8 low berths. And low berths, you really need a doctor for that one. But low berths are people who do not pay a lot of money, but they're put under suspended animation and basically put in pods. And you have like 8 pod spots for people in low berth. And that's not going to give you a lot of money, but, that'll get you some money. If you're going to be moving from point A to point B, there are always people who want to buy a ticket to jump from one system to the next. And you can always pick up passengers. Again, if you're being a pirate, might be when you may not always want awake passengers, but in order to have awake passengers, they're going to expect food and also, some care. Also, you can always take-
Breathing. Ooh.
that seems exhausting. Let's not do
Yeah.
that.
Low berth people don't take care because they're in suspended animation. You can also take cargo as well, but just noting that because you could use more crew for this ship. This ship has got a crew complement of, what would you have? You would have probably, for this ship, you would have a captain, a pilot, you'd have an astrogator, an engineer, maintenance, 2 gunners, a medic, and 3 Marines. Now, some people can double up on that, but you might want 3 Marines. You might want some people later when you have some money that you can spend on paying people to get more crew, and they would want to stay somewhere. So just sort of pondering 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So let's say 12. That's 6. So basically, if you had a full crew complement and you all had roommates, you might be able to have, and since you have a med bay in one of those staterooms, you might be able to have 1 stateroom that you could spend, give tickets to somebody for a passenger, depending on where you're at. I mean, you have a bit more space right now because there are you're not going to be taking up that many staterooms at the moment, but for you to think about in terms of earning money later. But the captain has got she's got like a duffel bag, and she sort of goes in and she sort of heads down the corridors to see so she can find her stateroom. And I will note that this ship has got holographic controls, so it is state of the art. It has got a holographic hull, which is currently, it takes a lot of power and energy to use it, but it is fully functional. And what it allows you to do is to disguise your ship as other ships. You can change the colors, the markings, what it looks like. You can't change its size, but you can make this ship look like not this ship, some other different ship. And as you're going through Terrica and the Harlock, this ship has got stealth on its jump drive, so you could jump in and maybe not be seen, because normally if you jump into a place, everybody knows you're there. It's a huge, huge energy output.
Fluctuation.
Very highly, very good sensors. You can pick up ships. It's harder to pick you up. It's got a thrust 3 maneuver drive. And to give you a context for that, your regular Far Trader has got a thrust 2 drive. You're fast. This is a fast ship, which means it can overtake people. If you were going to chase down people to raid their stuff, this is, after all, a ship that is made to collect tithes and duties from merchants who are not paying them. You know?
It's just what we'll be doing.
I mean, when you meet a ship, you can recognize the bones for what they are, and sometimes the bones look back at you and they say, I am a dragon, prepare to hear the fire. And that's what this ship does.
To be fair, I've never heard a bone speak, but sure, I see what you're saying.
Thank you. I have.
And considering this is the Star Dragon Empire, there are dragon motifs everywhere on this ship, by the way.
I will lead the captain to her quarters.
She goes, oh, thank you.
Yes. Don't mention it.
And she's sort of just looking at all this place, and she goes, by the way, as she says to the Baron, as the Baron is walking her to her stateroom, which one of you is the captain?
Great question.
Is it you?
No.
Oh, I imagine it's the Harlock?
No, not yet. So I was actually wondering if you were available to maybe pick your prowess. I know that you were thinking to help us after this mission, or this after we do this job for you. But we have a couple of ship shares kicking around, and we want to repair the ship before we go. That being said, what would be your recommendation for this job? I was thinking, we would try to get maneuverability upward before anything else. But there are some that think we should probably get our particle gun up and running. Though I don't have much experience with gunnery.
Well, who is your gunner then?
Great question. This is your room here.
Yes, well, you can't very well be pirates if you can't shoot and then also shoot back. I imagine that...
Well, ma'am, with all due respect, we aren't pirates, we're privateers.
Yes, that's the same thing. It's just that it's legal. Although at this moment I don't think it will be technically legal yet. Who is your captain?
Well, you're the captain. You're Captain Margaret.
Yes, but I'm not the captain of this ship.
But you're a captain.
Who is the captain of this ship?
Well, I would be. I think I am. When I think, and I say this out of character because this is absolutely, I think, the opportune time that slimy Severance would do this. Yes, I am. It would be me. I am the captain.
Oh my god, I love it so bad. Like, out of character.
Oh,
Yeah, because it's like, oh, opportunity.
well, then,
Opportunity for me to step up finally. Ha!
what are the capabilities of your crew then? Yeah, if you're the captain, you should know who your gunner is. All
Yes.
right, who is your engineer? Who?
Well, there is no gunner now because we currently have no gun. Miss.
Well,
Um,
you should
but
fix
when
that.
we have one, we will hire a gunner. So that settles it. You're thinking maneuverability first, and that's what I was thinking too, as the captain.
Yeah, well, actually, I mean, you're going to need both martial capabilities as well as maneuverability. If you're going to be a scourge of the spaceways, you're going to need to be able to outmaneuver your foes. You're going to be able to need to threaten them, believably. Do you not have the funds to fix both?
We're working on the second part.
Well, you have to be able to maneuver, absolutely. But
Yes, thank
you're
you.
going to
Yes.
need, how do I put this? If, for example, you draw the attention of the Imperial Navy, you're going to want to be able to shoot your way out before you'll need that protection.
When we're jumping to where was it on the map?
We're going to Marduk. It shouldn't be too much trouble, but if you're not going to be able to convince them to let you on their ship to take their things, if you cannot make yourself a viable threat.
Mm-hmm. Who says they have to let us on their ship?
Well, if you're going to get in close... all right. Baron, this is how it works. You have two ways. If you're going to board them in terms
Move
of
one.
docking,
I think I move her chair that is on like the desk. That is definitely there for her. You know, when you go into like a hotel room or a like a Airbnb, it's already nice and made. He just scoots it over and then just sits in it. Go on.
when you go to dock one of these ships, first off, if they're not going to let you dock, you're going to have to dock a bit hostilely, which will involve some fancy flying from your pilot. And if they are not willing to let you on, once you get on, they're going to attack you. Now, of course, because it is not safe to use lasers or slug throwers on a ship, most likely they'll be attacking you with swords. So I'm going to assume that you are after all a baron, that you have some skill with the saber, but I hope that all of you on this ship have some sort of martial ability so that if you're going to be doing a hostile boarding action, which means taking it by force, you've not convinced them to surrender, you're going to have to battle with them on the ship itself. I find you have basically two choices. If you are very impressive in space, well, you convince them surrender, they'll let you on, and then you'll just take what you wish. If you have to maneuver close and hope they do not get you while you're happening, you're going to have to forcefully board and then perhaps do a little bit of hacking with swords to convince them to surrender that way. Really, it comes down to they're going to need to convince that you're enough of a threat that it is in their own best interest to let you have their cargo.
How are you at gunning?
Well, yes, I'm. As a captain, I'm good enough at most of these things. I try to be an all-rounder.
That's wonderful. Great. I'm glad to have you aboard for this. Very well. I'm thinking also what we know about the ship. What is the ship that we're going after?
Oh yes, it's a Far Trader. When we had it, we had some weapons on it, some small weapons, a small turret. I don't know if they do or not. They seem to be in a bit of financial straits. They might have sold their weaponry, and it's a bit expensive to upkeep those things. I'm uncertain. Also, I don't know what they've done with it in terms of power. These things can be expensive. Captain, let me give you some advice.
Yes.
I think that you should get to know your crew a bit better, know what their capabilities are, know what they're good at and not, who will be doing what. You have to know these things so that when you're in the middle of a battle, you know who to turn to when it's time to sort of do an emergency jump or who will be doing jamming of communications so that your mark is not able to send a message out. Some sort of bonding episode, perhaps going to a restaurant. Have you thought about, there are these things, they're made of paper mache.
Holodeck. Oh, yes.
And inside the paper mache, you put candy or small bottles of alcohol.
Reeds and grass is usually what we would do it back in Drinax, is we would do the piñatas, yes.
Yes, that's
Yes. That's exactly what I was saying to them. Thank you. I'm so glad we're having this.
Yes, and blindfolded, spinning them around.
Yes. Of course, yes. But if we're all blindfolded
Not
and we're
everyone.
all being spun around, then you will know who's swinging when, because we know each other.
Yes, I suppose you're turning a piñata into a trust fall.
That's what you just said, right?
That's not exactly what I said. I think having a bit of a moment where you find out what your crew is best at will be helpful before we go in. But my advice is make sure you're maneuverable and make sure you're a credible threat. And if you are a credible enough threat, most likely no one will have to die. You should be able to push them around a little bit, convince them with a little bit of violence that you would destroy them if they don't. And also, really, let them know that you'll let them keep their ship. That will probably be a good incentive.
I have an idea.
Yes.
And you let me know how I definitely heard about what all of you said, what you just said now, and I'm taking that into consideration. But we do know that this far trader is doing a free scoop off of a gas giant. Yes. We have the Harlock. She can get in and out of places.
Yes.
Using the Harlock, hear me out. We do a free fall. And then Harlock goes inside.
Yes.
She's in. But she wouldn't only be the only person. There could be several of us doing this at the same time. Maybe if there's I could ask the doc if he in one of those boxes there is some sort of heavy hazard suit for a gas giant or things like that. And if there is, then we could maybe interrupt this mid-scoop, and we will be the ones who are scooped up mid-fall.
Yes.
We're on the ship.
All right. So you're thinking about doing
free
the
fall.
physical violence on the ship. Then that is your approach.
I wasn't thinking that far ahead. I was just thinking about how to get on the ship. But yes, maybe, yes. Or
Well, you're going to have to
the
either get
convincing
in close.
happens after we
Listen,
get on the ship. Oh, we're here now.
You know, you're going to have to maneuver a lot of cargo from one ship to the next. So that's a thing you're going to be docked and then just take what it is that you wish.
We'll cut the power. That won't work, because then we'll go right into the gas giant.
No, well, yes. I mean, I would recommend you getting them before they start scooping, so then they can't run. I suppose the question is, do you plan on just murdering everyone?
No, I wasn't.
Yes.
Not me. But maybe someone could. But I don't think that's for me.
No, if you murder everyone, then it's going to
Would not
the
be good
authorities
for
will come.
Yes. Okay, so the convincing, threatening thing. Okay, thank you. This has been great. Is there anything else you need?
Oh,
Or-
well, I would like tea.
Tea.
Yes.
Yes, good. All right, I'll make
Do you
sure
have
to
like
get some.
a nice a tree tea is what I like best. My dear young man,
Yes.
get to know your crew and decide. You do have to do some repairs. The ship should be more or less easy, but you're going to have to convince them to not fight, which you'll need a little bit of violence for that. This is a big ship. It's impressive. Just a little bit of violence should do it. Just a little.
I'll go get your tea.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Hmm.
I make my way back to the rest of the ship.
I feel like in the meantime, there's just a flash over to where Val, Terrica, and Harlock are just. Does anyone else feel like he's taking a long time?
I mean, I feel like Terrica probably just like turned back to the ship and was like, like they're like in a panel at this point. Like, arms in, like, oh, did it? Oh, yeah.
Terrica's gonna hate this. I feel like Harlock is sitting on one of the seats with boots like totally up on the panels, like feet crossed over. Yes, it's taking a long time. It's not that long of a hallway.
Have some respect. This ship has seen more than you have. Remove your boots from that console.
I only put my boots on things I absolutely respect. These are nice
That
boots.
That seems like an. Ugh.
Harlock, can let me show you the med bay.
Oh, you have a piñata in there, I hear. And then Harlock's gonna like hop up.
And Terrica's gonna like put their hands back in there and be like,
Before you go, Doc, and Harlock, I spoke to the Pirate Queen, and she
Are we calling her that?
I'm calling her that, Her Highness.
Seems like a good name.
She mentioned that we should have some sort of threat. They'll probably do a little bit of violence. I mentioned the idea of maybe doing a free fall and maybe in mid scoop we get in there. But then after that, I'm not sure what we would do. Maybe we would pose as, oh, we're just thrill seekers. We're jumping through the gas giant. Sorry, we ended up on your ship. This happens all the time. And then we could figure out how from there, maybe to cut the power, or maybe, oh, could you drop us off at the port or something like that. And then she said, well, maybe not. But that's always an option.
well, we could just politely ask. We could just say, I these times are very terrible and difficult to handle, and as such, we would ask you to tap into your generosity and allow us to continue.
I somehow get the impression that if it's difficult times for us, it's difficult times for everyone. I don't know that they necessarily
May I
have the
throw something
wealth
out?
of generosity within them.
Yes.
But we have a ship to fix, and then we'll have a week from when we jump to where we get to the gas giant.
Let's talk about it.
Plenty of time to hatch a plan.
Yeah. And to bond. Maybe have a piñata or two.
Yes.
Blindfold each other.
Yes, I agree with that.
Smack a box.
Sure, a piñata. We'll find the piñata shop.
We
Or a
should
dozen
fill
or
it
so.
with weapons. I think that would be good.
Or ammunition.
Oh,
Yeah,
yes, yes.
We have
ammunition.
credits
That's a
just
wonderful idea.
flying. Right.
Or alcohol.
Oh, alcohol. What if the ammunition is filled with alcohol? They're alcoholic
idea.
ammunitions.
Oh,
I love
This
this.
This will never
This
happen
is-
unless we get the ship repaired, though. So
That's true.
what
Have
do
we figured out what our plan is for this?
No, but my recommendation, and she also said it, was, and she liked it, was that we would get maneuvering first. Maybe good enough. And then maybe a maneuver drive as full as we
Yes.
can. And then,
And then perhaps the hull, a bit on the hull, and
okay, yes, yep, all right, yes, that's exactly, and a bit on the whole, yes.
Excellent,
And
yes.
maybe we will also go ahead and
reduce our costs.
reduce the cost. Yes,
What
yes,
about the
exactly.
weapons? The weapons. We can't just show up and flash our shiny butt at them.
Yes, we can.
But why
Perhaps
don't we
some
flash
people will
our
be
shiny
terrified
front?
at the appearance of a butt.
We get the front facing. We get the front facing phase particle thing.
Oh, see?
I
A little bit of everything. And
A
listen,
little bit of
I
this,
will
a little
not
bit of
vote for this.
listen, there is plenty of time after this to fix up the rest of our things further and further. We'll have this thing in perfect working order
that. Wonderful.
by the time we've done this first job.
Great.
If we live long enough, this thing will be great.
That's the point. We must live long enough.
Well, we're not
Also,
going to live
she
at
said
all.
I'm the captain, and I think that's a great idea, everyone.
No, is that so?
What?
But no, it's a great idea.
Wait,
But I
wait,
don't think
what?
she has the capacity to make anyone the captain.
Wait,
What?
in
No,
this
I
moment,
said
are
it's
you
great.
asserting yourself as the captain?
I think it's a good idea, and I think also the doctor should be the quartermaster.
Let's see how far this goes.
I don't
I
like
would
the
absolutely
breakdown.
vote for you. Well, I think Val is a fan. I
Might I ask if any of you, I believe somebody does, has the leadership skill?
Yes,
Balls, I don't.
someone does.
I don't think I do.
Which is great. I thought you did have the leadership skill.
I do.
Yes, I'm just
Mhm.
noting that it is quite useful if your captain has the leadership skill. I'm just noting it. Just noting
Mhm.
it.
I've got a whole week, okay? I can get it.
Let's just see how it goes.
I
We'll
can
see how
work
it
on
goes.
it.
We'll see what happens when you get there. So let me. Right now I'm hearing to spend 2 to get your maneuver drive up.
Yes.
Spend 1 on your jump drive.
To get it up to the -1.
Yes.
2 to get the railgun front facing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm role playing whatever Greg says here. Yes, and then we'll do this and that, but
That
absolutely
is a
letting other
total
people
of
fill it in.
5.
And then the costs down
which
to
leaves you with
either
6.
80 or 100%, which would be 4 or 5, giving us either 1 or 2 left for hull repairs. I think that we should roll the hull first, see how the dice go, and then decide whether or not we want that second one.
Who would like to roll the 2d6?
As the captain, I'll do it.
Oh God. I'm sorry. I love it so much. And also I can't help but give you just like a little bit of shit for all this.
Oh, yeah, you totally can.
Oh no, it's perfect. I love it.
100% why I'm doing it. How about a 3?
So you've spent
Okay.
1, and you get 3 more hull points back.
Neat.
That's what we wanted, right?
You have
Captain, if I may, we're going to end up spending another ship share on hull points. For shits and giggles, could Harlock, would you mind rolling for this one?
Only if our honorable captain will see fit.
Fine,
Mm,
if you wish.
Only with your blessings.
Yeah, I'm gonna be in the bathroom.
Yep. No, well, I will be sure to be thinking of you not being in the. You know what? Forget it. Forget what I said. For this one, we have 8.
Huh. Okay. So with your leadership, you repair 8 hull points. Interesting. Versus the 3. Interesting. So you're up 11 total. You currently have 4 ship shares left.
Then I'd say, unless we want to do more hull points, we put them all and drop that by 80%, the double up of the monthly. Because here's my concern with all of that, completely out of meta wise, ship shares are super expensive. And
They're about a million credits.
Yeah.
Oh, God,
Being
it
a way
hurts me
to-
to hear.
I'm not sure how much we're going to be able to chip away, or we're going to want to chip away at the monthly. It's like the credit card
Yeah.
payment. It's
Yep.
like, we already got a balance on it, but we need new shit too. So we just keep the balance the way we need to bring that down so we have a little bit
Just
more
gotta pay the
cash to get.
interest. Just gotta pay the interest.
That's not how it works.
No, that's it. You just have to pay the interest and you'll be fine.
Right.
I actually had a friend who told me that, and I was like, I don't think that's it. Like, no, you just gotta.
That might
pay
be
the interest.
untrue.
And I
Oh
was like,
no.
Good luck.
Oh no.
Yeah, and I was like, okay, this is great. I'm going to use this in a game sometime when I'm a space pirate, and I'll totally use it. And here I am.
You have no ship shares
Thank you,
left.
friend.
You have a 20% bonus to your costs to maintain the ship. You have 51 hull points at the moment.
Hey.
Your main particle beam is working, although only front facing. Your maneuver drive is totally fine, and your jump drive works. It needs a bit more work, and it will cost for 1 million credits. You can get a technical and a structural. It's like a technical is basically 750,000 credits worth of materials, and a structural is 250,000 credits worth of materials, and a cosmetic is 100,000 credits worth of materials.
Neat.
I have a meta player role question.
Oh yeah.
So we have a really cool Drinax group sheet here.
Yeah.
Who is going to be the one to fill it out? Because we all could put our hand in the pot in the jar, but that may get messy. So do we want to have one person do that, and then we could have one person do contacts or whatever, and like we could have player, not necessarily character roles, but like player roles here. So someone could do contacts, someone could actually be our out of character navigator, whether or not they are the in character navigator, it doesn't matter. But like we may, because there's a lot of logistics that this game sort of offers, and if we all have our hands in a bunch of different sheets, it may get rough. So we could be like, hey, Greg, what's the medic tech like or whatever, and then he'll know.
I like the sound of it.
Whoever is running the group sheet for the gambler, It could be the pilot, but I mean, it also doesn't have to be. It could be whoever wants to and who is on top of that. The reason I'm bringing that up is I'm not necessarily sure what we've paid so far, but I know that Greg has our ship shares, right? Are you the one doing all the repairing right now?
I just put it in the initial repair sheet, so the sheet is currently updated.
The one on Roll20 or the one in this data?
In the doc.
Okay, in the doc. Okay.
I have no problem doing that.
Okay.
I can do the ship stuff and keep our general supplies. I won't be able to do personal supplies if you guys are carrying around stuff, but things that are
that's
considered like, ship cargo, I'll quartermaster the shit out of this. That's fine.
Okay, cool. And then that's awesome. And we can, as we go, 100% Schrodinger's stuff here. We can do like a Schrodinger roll whenever we need, like, oh, who's that contact? Oh, I'll be the contact person, or whatever it is. But yeah, all right. So that I'll watch this and try to learn it. But it looks like you have a good grasp on it so far, Greg, when it comes to repairs and shares and stuff.
So, if you don't mind, before we go to break, I'd like to make 2 rolls.
Okay.
Well, I'd like you all to make 2 rolls.
Oh,
Yeah.
Neat.
I would
I
like
feel
you all
slightly.
to go on to get underway.
Hmm.
You have got your laser, your particle laser repaired enough, your jump drive repaired enough, maneuver drive completely repaired. Your hull's a little bit better than it was. You're not going to be paying outrageous interest on this ship. It looks terrible. It has not been, the aesthetics have not been repaired, and you're going to need a lot of money. You're going to need a lot of money to repair this ship to its full glory.
More green than gold right now.
Yeah.
You have to see past the physical and into the reality of the history to truly understand the value.
This is true. I would like your astrogator to plot your course.
I love this.
I have my full complement of gear that I purchased, correct?
Yes, you do.
Okay. So then what he's going to do is I'm
sorry, are you the astrogator?
I am. I'm assuming.
I feel like you
I
should
think
probably talk to your captain about that. I mean, I have no idea, whoever your captain might be.
Well, he's alone right now, so yes,
He's
he is
indisposed.
talking with his captain. Yeah. No, in fact, you know what? If I'm in the med bay and the med bay is tricked out with my Val bought quite a bit, everybody, and multiple computers to run multiple software programs, med stuff everywhere, monitors everywhere. But
We'll be very healthy.
the thing that he bought that Greg, like the most, and I think Val will too, as he walks into the med bay, all the lights come on with his presence, motion activated, and probably the most renovated part of the ship as it currently stands. He would walk in and say, Sue?
Why, yes. How can I help you?
Sue, we got to plan a jump.
All right. Where are we going?
Well, we're going to, what was it?
Marduk.
Marmaduke.
Marduk.
Marduk. We're going to Marduk. My good Sue.
Ah, I see. Well then, I suppose we'd best get to the bridge. And let me take you to the bridge.
Are you tied in?
I'm tied in.
All right. Well, let's see what we got. Computer should be fired up. I need you to run the expert program, get us a little bit of a jump here on. We got some antiquated equipment here. We want to make sure that we kind of iron out the wrinkles before we make a go of this.
All right, Doc. I can help with that. So tell me, we're going to Marduk. Let me access the systems. And your computerized friend starts working on the systems. Now,
You got this off Amazon?
Yeah, totally. Right off of Amazon. That's the
Sweet.
Hopefully not off Wish.
Sweet.
that's where I get things.
It's our Wish AI. Oh no.
So I'm going to need our astrogator to make an astrogation check.
Okay.
It is based off of your education.
Correct.
So education plus your astrogation minus 2, because you're jumping 2 parsecs. But your difficulty is only 4 because it's an easy thing to do.
Okay. In addition to that, I have the expert software package running, specializing in astrogation here.
Oh, very nice.
So with that running through Sue, that should give me another bonus of +1
That is correct.
to this. So that takes it down to a -1, correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
And if you want, you can take extra time. It'll take longer than normal, but if you did, you could get a +2 to that roll.
I'm going to take it. That's a good idea, but I want to take a normal roll here just to kind of get used to it before we. And I think I did the modifier correct here. Let's see. 7.
Note that. That is excellent. You, by the way, I hope you like your console.
Love it.
I got something special for you. You know what I mean? You have plotted a course that will take you 2 parsecs, because it's a 2 parsec jump, into the outer space where there's an outer gas giant in the Marduk system that will take you right there where you know they're going to show up. You've talked to Blaine about this. Now, you will be out of fuel when you get there, and you're going to need to refuel. And since you don't have money, you're probably going to have to actually skim that.
We have a scoop though, right?
Yeah, you have a scoop. So you'll probably have to do a little bit of skimming yourself because
Sure.
you don't have the money to do it. But you know...
Oh, we're going to be there anyway.
You know a good route. You have made a good route. Now you just need the pilot to jump.
And the captain's approval.
Sue.
Well, actually, you need the engineer to bring this up.
Sue, open a line to the bridge. Bridge, this is Med Bay.
Hello. Okay.
You should be receiving the coordinates for the jump. Yeah.
Oh.
This will be an engineer jump drive roll, which I believe the Harlock is the one who is specialized in jump drives.
Oh, I thought you said pilot. Okay, so no.
Then
this would be downstairs to the engine room. Sue,
Harlock's looking at things.
Get the Harlock on the comms. Harlock.
Yes.
Got the coordinates for the jump.
Oh, good. Finally.
It took me like 30 seconds.
Yes. I've been in this place for about 5 months longer than I wanted to be.
Understood.
All right. So here we go. So that's engineering.
There, Harlock. It's me, Sue.
Oh, hello.
Howdy,
If you have a visual port down there or a monitor, does Harlock?
This place is so tricked out. It's got like holographic everything. It is nice. It's nice.
Then on the wall in front of you, Harlock, would be an 8-bit rendering of Johnny Cash.
In black.
My, well, aren't you charming?
I love it so much.
You can call me Sue.
I will. Doctor.
Yes.
This is a very nice choice.
The route or Sue?
The route, who cares about the route? I'm talking about this wonderful depiction I see before my eyes right now.
Sue and I go way back.
Wonderful. All right, so we got engineer jump drive.
Before you roll, you get a chain bonus from your astrogators. You get a +1 to this roll, which will counteract that -1 you have for your drive being a little bit finicky.
Fantastic.
If you had not maintained your ship, you'd have some penalties right now, but that is not the case. And your ship does have some software to help with this. So you will get a +2. So if you would make an education plus engineer, your jump drive, and it's just it's an easy roll.
All right, here we go. Education plus engineer. All right.
We're Drinax right now.
Mm-hmm.
We can plot in this map.
10.
10. You all begin
Nice metric 10.
to move out of this hangar bay and into space. And in order to get into space, of course, you need to get far enough away from any kind of planet. You can't be too close. You have to get basically 100 diameters away from a ship. There's a jump line that you have to get to. And as you're maneuvering into space, moving this...
The edge of the map. We have to get to the edge of the map.
The edge of the map.
Yeah.
Towards this ship creaking a little bit with its amazing sort of technology. And as you're moving towards this line, the course is plotted. And down there by the engine, in the engine room, and we have Terrica on controls in the front at the bridge, which is holographic, and it's like the Minority Report. You can touch things and like touch the space and air, and the jump drive starts spooling up, and there's a shutter. And as you start moving and you start picking up speed, you can start seeing the jump drive sputter to life. And in a moment, that feeling, those of you who've done this before know this feeling very well. All of the space, the black of the stars around you starts melting into brilliant colors of blue, red, and yellow. And there is, it's like, when you blow bubbles, like, right? And when you look at the bubble itself, it's got all that kind of iridescent sort of strangeness to it. In this moment, this iridescent bubble sort of emerges out of your engines, and it sort of envelops your ship. And as you're moving, you're going faster and faster. Then all of a sudden, whoosh, it's like you're not moving at all. Or very slowly, but all around you, you see colors. And you are now in the pocket dimension that is jump space. It will take you about a week, you think. If it's not a week, you've done it wrong. But normally if you jump poorly, you've been told that you would know. But you just slide perfectly into this jump space. Now, once in, you have no interaction with the outside world because you're not in the same dimension as the rest of reality. You're in your own space. It's the only way to be able to travel faster than light. And you are suspended in time in a way in this little pocket dimension for about a week. And in this week, you have all of the time in the world to plan your adventures in piracy, to study, to get to know each other, and to figure out exactly which one of you is the captain before you run into this far trader, which you will indeed do. But that will happen after our break.
Can I do one thing real quick?
Absolutely.
Val, having nothing left to do, would have definitely joined Terrica on the bridge, quiet in the back, seated maybe a jump seat or something. And as soon as the launch would have gone, he would have known what this meant to them. He would just move up behind Terrica and just staring out into space, into the great wide open.
Terrica would definitely reach their hand back and just rest it on your shoulder. And I think for the first time, since you saw them coming off the ship, coming to your place after everything, they finally look comfortable.
He would take the hand and put his over it, lean forward just enough to whisper in their ear, "You're back." And then he'd leave.
Each one of you would know this is a smooth jump. The Harlock did a very good job. And the route, perfectly plotted. Now, just in case you wanted to know, or the audience wants to know, if this went poorly, things could happen. If you have a bad jump, if both of you have disastrous results, your entire ship could be just destroyed. Or or you'd be lost forever in jump space and never emerge. Or emerge in the very wrong place. Kind of depends on how badly that all worked out. And that's not a thing you want. You know what I mean? But you all are professionals, and you're good at what you do. You're very good. All of those sort of questions about how to do this seem distant with how smooth, how expert that jump is. And when you emerge, well, that might be a different moment. But for now, this ship is nestled in a pocket dimension, just waiting for the bubble to close and have you reemerge again. And this is where we're going to go to break. I'd like everyone to stretch and get some beverage, and we will be back in 10 minutes for our crew to emerge from jump space. Well, we'll find out what they're doing while they're in jump space, and see how they're going to plan to take on this far trader.
See how many piñatas we made and then broke.
Yeah, as pirates. I will note, by the way, that if you want to increase your skills, you do that by study, because this system doesn't really have an XP system. It's an old system. It doesn't really do XP that way. What it does is study. So you have to study, and you have to study like a number of weeks. And this is a moment where you could spend some time studying on a skill. You'd have to just decide what skill it is you're studying over this time period. And
Leadership.
We'll talk about what you do in this week. But, my friends, we're going to go on break, and I would like you all to just, take care of yourselves, be lovely. We will be right back. I was looking for something. Yes, I want to give, first off, just a shout out to those people who've given us tips and bits for this moment. Rissa kicked us off with $20, who said, best place to kick off the weekend is here. Happy Foxhole Friday, and good luck to our gamblers. They might need it. They might need it. I mean, I can't say, but they might. And we should be, there we go, here we are. And then also Draft Dare tip $25 with no message, but I'm sure the message is something lovely. We will go into break, and you're going to hear the ad from one of our sponsors, Hawkeye. And please, be kind to yourselves, and we'll be back. We'll be back in about 10 minutes. We will see you then, everyone. We'll be right there.
Ladies and gentlemen, gather round. Do you like ice cream? Do you like diet water? Do you like state-of-the-art animatronic people helping you? Well then, do I have news for you. You should come down to Hawkeye's old-time gaming emporium. Behind the counter, serving up the best refreshing streamed content, is our very own KY Hawkeye. But he is not alone. By his side are his two assistants, Virgil, the caramel cyborg, and Tori, short for Victoria. It is the best Twitch channel that is secretly an old-timey ice cream parlor on either side of the Mississippi, or the Rockies. And you should hear about the specials. Monday nights is Bonnie's Bonbons. That is a co-stream extravaganza with all the float sodas and sundaes you can shake a stick at. I can shake a stick at quite a lot of Sundays, but there is also a Fudge Rodin Sunday special on Tuesdays, and the famous 1, 2, 3 parfait on Wednesdays, where wrestlers meet up in the squared circle to work out their differences with some healthy wrestling-style fisticuffs. It is all good, clean fun. Hawkeye's old-time gaming emporium. Their milkshakes bring all the gamers to the yard, and their content is more exciting than any Nickelodeon. Take your horse and buggy to their address, twitch.tv/KY Hawkeye.
Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. I'm so happy to have everyone back. Our ship is underway. I am so excited for this. You know, I'm going to just sort of mention a couple of things. Well, no, I won't mention them now. I could, but I won't. I'll mention them,
What?
you know, a little bit later when those things happen. But we're going to be in jump space for a while, this little pocket dimension. And I'm going to ask you all, what do you all do in this week or so that you're in the pocket dimension? Completely out of time.
I need some
Um,
training.
Yeah, we're gonna do some study work.
I was gonna say, I think Harlock's gonna study some too.
Oh, what all are you studying? And you should write it down.
I need vac suit.
Who's going to help you with that?
I would guess Terrica. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think Terrica would be like, "Hey, have you ever used a vac suit?"
He would open up like a portion of the med bay would go, and there's a brand new vac suit in there. No.
Excellent. Let's break that down. I want to make sure you live. That's all they'd say. And then they'd be like, here's the pieces and here's how you put it on. And then they'd be like, and when you go outside, here's how you maneuver. And if this happens, here's how you patch it up. And here's a roll of duct tape. That's for everything else.
For everything else, hell yeah.
Let me give you some good on a spaceship sound there for a moment. So it's going to take a while to sort of work on this and figure out how to do this. Because it's awkward. And part of it is about like body memory to figure out like how to be able to use this. And you know that you're gonna have to sort of practice not just now and here. You're gonna have to practice out in 0G so that you get a better sense of how to use your body in space. Otherwise, you know, it will be tricky for you. But there's some good work on that. But what about Terrica, what are you studying?
Maneuverability. I literally just took a bite of a cracker.
So you're working on the M drive, yeah? How to work on repairing your maneuver drive. That's good.
Mm-hmm.
That's good. So you're looking through. I imagine what that means is you're really sort of looking through manuals, trying to figure out how this ship works and all the intricacies of the ship's maneuver engine.
Absolutely. I want to understand her inside and out.
Trooper, correct me if I'm wrong. We have a library software package on the ship, correct?
That is
So
correct.
that gives us a +1 towards training. Any
When you make a roll, you're going to have to make a training roll after basically 8 cycles of this, and then you'll get a bonus to that roll. Because if you fail the roll, then you don't learn enough to get a new point.
Then your knowledge decreases from what you knew before.
It doesn't decrease, it's just that you still need to work on it, you know? What about you, the Harlock?
I think the Harlock would be working on leadership. And I'll tell you why.
How dare you?
I'll tell you why. Because
Interesting.
whilst our friend, the Pirate Queen, is on board, I believe that Harlock would,
That's what I was going to do.
in an attempt to not be really obnoxious, but also like be around the captain as much as possible, like asking questions and like kind of just trying to be present and available for whatever needs happening.
I have a question. Is that also what the Baron is doing?
Yes.
I
love
it.
Buddies! Helpful buddies!
Baron doesn't care about being obnoxious, but I also don't think he would think he is being obnoxious because he knows that she thinks and has already accepted him as the captain. So he's just openly. This is probably where. This is probably where. This is probably where the Harlock would understand that I'm the captain.
I don't know if that's exactly what the Harlock
Not exactly
understands.
I am the captain, but that she, the scourge of the stars, has been calling me and naming me captain.
I don't know if can I get a roll from you, the Harlock?
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
What tell me more. What just a straight roll or anything?
No, I feel like we need a roll from you. I think we need
Sure.
something. Let's see, what would be a good roll for you to make? What are your social rolls? What are your social skills?
Let's see. We've got, well, I don't know if art's a social skill, but we've got carouse, we've got persuasion, we've got deception, leadership, we've got language,
I feel like
streetwise.
streetwise. I think you should go with I think you should maybe go with carousing is what I think you should do perhaps. I feel like that's a possibility.
Okay.
And this would be social, and I'm going to need also a roll from Severance.
Mm-hmm. And what is this roll?
Ah!
I feel like we have some options here. Well, actually, we have a couple different ways this can go, to be honest. We've got
All good.
We've got a vibe here. I feel like deception would be good for you, Severance, is what I think. And you can certainly do social, whatever you feel like is best.
And do I
there.
have a boon because she believes I am the captain?
Yes.
Okay.
So roll 3d6 and take your highest 2.
I'm gonna roll with the boon and see what happens. Hopefully it gives me and modifier. It should just automatically do it. I don't need to worry about the modifier because it should just do it by itself. Yes.
I hope so.
Okay, let's try it. 9.
A 9.
Also got a 9.
Oh, interesting. Interesting. Okay.
Evenly matched.
So here's the thing. The story he told is that she named him the captain. You don't know if that's true. It could be, but you're not certain. She certainly thinks he's the captain now. But the presentation you got was that she named him captain. And that could have happened, but you're not certain. You can't say one way or the other whether that actually did happen. Maybe it did, maybe it didn't. You don't know. It's a little unclear to you. Could go either way.
Harlock, has been around for a minute or two. And I think what would be happening is that Harlock is going to be trying to get as much learning from the captain as possible, but would not say anything to make her think that things are not what they've been shown to be.
Interesting.
There's a time and a place for everything. Now is not the time.
Ooh, I would like to open up on a moment. I mean, you all are studying in these various ways throughout the ship and working on it and thinking about it in these moments. But there are times for dinner. And I'd like to have one of these dinners. Because you're stuck in a pocket dimension with each other.
Yeah.
All of y'all, for at least a week. And I want to know, I'd like to know what dinner is like. Let's say around day 5 or 6. You've all been working quite a bit. And I would like to know who made dinner? What is it? Where do we find ourselves? How does this work? Like, what is your dinner? Is it like just all like reconstituted food that you have? Did you like make something nice? Does anybody have the steward skill?
Oh,
I certainly do not have the steward skill, but I do have money. And so I bought an auto chef and an auto bar.
Nice.
hey, this guy.
Nice.
Yeah, there you go. So Sue did it.
Nice. Oh,
Thinking
that's so
ahead.
nice. That is
Right,
so
so-
nice.
If I could, since I have a shared wall with the common area, which is like our comfy seat area on Serenity, this would be the place with the couches right outside of Dr. Tam's,
And it does have couches in this because remember we are like bougie. So it's like, and we're
the
like
ship is
bougie
so
theater.
fancy.
So yeah, like they
I
have like
believe these
the
couches have
felt is,
velvet on them.
yeah, the velvet is starting to rub off in some places and underneath and where your
Oh, it
legs would
feels
probably
weird.
We
be.
don't
Yeah, it's that.
we don't
It's
need
shiny,
to
but
talk.
that's okay.
Yeah,
It's
still
the
very
history of the
comfortable.
moment.
Exactly.
Thank you.
I definitely.
Yes, I
feel
didn't
that.
go to doctor school. Be called Mr. Moneybags. Thank you very much.
And the
So,
captain said,
so
what is this?
this would ever
Doctor?
Tasty
like.
wheat.
Um,
You ever had tasty wheat?
what do you have a hankering for,
Oh,
Captain?
well, I'd like a birch tea, if I might. I don't know what you have in your stores. Are you the steward?
I'm certainly am not,
Ah,
but I am the friend of Sue, and if there is a shared wall with a Sue would be there.
oh, not bad. Oh, all right. Oh,
Our steward is automated as it happens.
that's right, ma'am. It's nice to meet you. Scourge of the Starways.
Stars.
Well, I see. In that case, do you think I could have, I would like, if you don't mind, could I have a fried tofu, but deep fried, with, if you don't mind, a breading, and spices. I actually quite enjoy the Zodani spice palette, so if I could get a fried
Oh.
tofu, with a medium hot Zodani breaded outer shell, that would be lovely. And I suppose for vegetables, there is the Aslan have a delicacy, which is sort of like a leek. If I could have that, that would be very nice as well. But nothing too rich. I suppose I should.
Captain, if I might
Mm.
interrupt, there are two types of auto chefs. There's this one, and then there is the gourmet auto chef.
Oh, that captain, yes.
Oh,
Right.
yeah.
The tofu, yes.
Oh,
The high level spices, as you can see by the decor.
mm.
What type of doctor would I be if I splurged on spices when, I mean, it's green?
Yes. No, I suppose this means I'm going to give you a bit of advice, since you've brought it up. If you want a long career in being a pirate, you'll have to know something quite important, and that is, don't flash your money when you're in starport cantinas. Never brag about your scores. People say many things about the things that I've done, but they don't know half of the things that I have done. So, my advice is, when you make a great score, don't go drinking at the Starport bar. Subtle, subtle, subtle. And so, I respect very much that you have the regular auto chef and not the gourmet auto chef. That can only bring trouble. So I will have the gourmet. It's probably not Zodani spices then in that case. I'll just go with Imperium. It's a bit bland, really, but it's all right, serviceable. And then turnips, birch tree tea.
We can do that, can't we, Sue?
We can indeed. Coming right up. And Terrica, what would you like?
Oh, I'll just I don't know.
Oh, all right. One moment. My understanding from the records is that you are from Drinax.
Yes, but no, you don't need to look at the records. That seems very unnecessary and a significant level of effort that we don't
Would
need
you
to
like
go
Drinaxian
into.
specialties?
Yes, that would be fantastic. Thank you.
Well, if I'm looking at the records here on this ship, we have Drinaxian specialties from the year 857. We have some recipe books. These sound like they would be about 240 47 years old, if you would not mind a recipe from that star date.
If you have some of the Corlathian rolls, that would be fantastic.
We do
That-
indeed. Or we can replicate
Thank
them.
you.
But that said, I'm sure the good doctor would note that you might also need protein.
I would note it.
Yes.
And you need to
Then
hydrate.
hydrate. Well, I'll have some Kilmer for my hydration then, and
Mm.
we'll just. I'll have some soy meta for my protein. Thank you.
Excellent. Baron,
Steak.
steak.
Drinaxian steak, please.
Drinaxian steak. Which era Drinaxian steak would you like this to be modeled after? Present day, or as it might have been some time before?
Eyes the doctor.
I recommend before the fall.
Yeah, before the fall.
Excellent. And how would you like to have your vitamins? It's
Medium rare.
important.
Oh, the vitamins. Orally?
Would you like oranges?
Oh,
Would you
yes.
like turnips?
Oranges, please. Yes.
Oranges. The Harlock.
Yes. Well, may I have some greens? I'll have some greens of the various varieties, and if you would put on there a little bit of mixture of the Imperium spice blend with a touch of Drinaxian red pepper mixed with the orange one, and then Harlock would turn to the Pirate Queen. If I may, Captain, I found that
Yes, you may.
having so looks kind of over just briefly.
I would share a glance with Terrica during all of this horse shit.
Jerica's just like,
if I may, Captain, having lived among a great deal of distance from my home culture, I found that this is a palatable replica for the regular Zidonian spice blend.
Oh, well, if I might, I'd like to follow the spice blend that the Harlock recommends.
You'll find it's not quite as pungent, but it does.
At least have a bit of a kick. Thank you, Sue. Oh, of course, ma'am. And Sue just sort of like ripples out of existence. And the captain sort of takes two chopsticks, clearly that she had inside of her inside pocket, her own, and she sort of waits as she watches this dynamic. She observes you all quite a lot.
The doctor would serve himself a fine meal of broccoli, some lentils, and probably about 3 fingers of scotch.
And I imagine Sue did not need to ask because Sue knows what you want. And Sue
I
just,
just
sort of
sitting there waiting.
Yeah, just brings out the lentils. And like you're served first because Sue had already been working on exactly what you had wanted.
Thanks, Sue.
Of course. Now the question is,
Sue.
does the scotch come first or last?
Oh, first. Are you kidding? You never get your first sip after you started eating. The hell? I'm not a barbarian.
I think as soon as the scotch comes out,
Easy.
Harlock would be like, Sue, if I might, same beverage as the doctor's having, thank you.
Of course. Leaves, comes back.
Make that 3.
Of course.
Oh,
and
thank you.
could you just expedite
Terrica?
my Val Kilmer,
Yes.
which is an alcoholic drink for those of us who are wondering.
But it's exciting. If it's like the Saint, then it changes its the way it looks every single time.
What a reference.
Yes.
And
All right,
the
carry on.
The captain has the tea and is just watching you all. watching your dynamic.
So
How are repairs coming?
good. Well, as it happens, like I was able to connect the port over to the bast exterior. So this way the atoms are going to be able to flow a little bit faster, depending on how much we're accelerating and decelerating once we get into maneuverable space. But honestly, it's amazing to be able to work on this thing. The way the copper tubes are handled. Who uses copper tubes these days anymore?
Nothing that I've seen, that's for sure. You feel good about our jump, though? Everything going smoothly?
Oh my goodness, it feels really good to be back in space, and it feels like a good jump. Solid jump. Well done.
Well, the coordinates came from the good doctor, of course.
I
Good
would
enough.
expect nothing less.
The best doctor.
Yes, very well done. Look towards everyone's Captain. How has
Oh, me, Captain?
yes? How has everything been going for planning our encounter once we drop out of jump?
I'm so glad that you brought that up. And I sort of pushed back the stake a bit and sort of leans back in the chair. So I was thinking, and there's several things we can do, but the information we do know is this is a free trader, and they are making illegal. It doesn't matter if it's illegal or not. They're making free scoops off of the gas giant, and we are going to need to do the same. And it sort of looks towards Terrica.
Fuel will
Very
be depleted
plausible.
after the jump. We'll need
Yes.
to.
Okay.
Doable? Yes. No. Entirely. I don't see any major concerns. I never had a problem with that, unless there are other ships there that are ready to sort of start up a battle. That's a whole entirely different scenario. But
Right.
I imagine we'll be able to come out of jump in a place that's, relatively obscured from our target.
Well, that jump went so well, and it seems stable. I imagine we will get there before they do.
Even better.
That is good.
But yes, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, please, that's fine. That is what we know. And if we do get there before they do, that's great. That gives us a bit of a. Really, we have the advantage of how we want this to go. There are several ways we can do it. I was thinking.
Yeah, Captain, if I may, just
Oh,
a
thank
suggestion, of course.
Yes.
Since we will be landing before they do, perhaps it would be beneficial if we look at the charts and see if there's any, anything we can obstruct ourselves behind so that we are hidden when the far trader arrives, of course.
Yes and no. That'll be hard because we're going toward a gas giant. So we'll be likely flying through storms of gaseous. You are ready for this, by the way, Terrica, yes? Flying through the amounts of innumerable pressures of the various illegal volatile gases that we will be scooping, yes?
Yes, but honestly, Val is a fantastic astronavigator. I would be curious to know if there's anything that he could see that we could hide behind.
Yes, maybe a storm or something.
By the way, it's
Yes.
a very good idea, the Harlock. There is a small moon not too far from the gas giant that you should be able to hide behind. It's a good thought. There is indeed a very small moon, and if you hide behind it, when that ship jumps into the atmosphere, into the jump zone, they would not be able to catch you on the sensors.
Oh, particularly if we leave ourselves in the gravity well just enough. That's brilliant. I like it.
Would we be able to use that to then launch ourselves with a little extra oomph once we make the move?
Oh, I don't think
That's directed to Terrica.
Like a
I have a
slingshot,
question.
maybe.
If I may.
Yes.
He would turn towards the pirate queen. The current occupiers of your ship, what do we know about them?
Well, as far as I know, they were for a very long time legitimate traders, making their way. They picked up this ship from an auction as it was seized for not a lot of money. I think they felt lucky to get a ship at all, and they traded for 10, 15, 20 years, although I noticed in the last year or so, their routes became erratic. They started stopping at gas giants rather than starports a bit more frequently, and the places they went were a little bit irregular. So I would say, as far as I know, they seem to be, well, not big-time criminals. My contacts say that they're still registering cargo manifests that seem on the up and up, but you don't do what they're doing if you're completely on the up and up. So I assume they are new at this, perhaps a bit jumpy, although I imagine a bit underprepared. Now,
And desperate.
yes, I'm afraid. I imagine they are quite desperate. I asked some people I know, they're in a bit of debt. So,
Well, my friends, then do we want to hide? We have a holographic hull. We can make ourselves look
Is it operational?
like we're on the drift. If they see an easy score, something that might give them a little money.
Perhaps bring them to us, you say?
Mhm.
I don't know if
I
they're
think this is-
armed. Would be
Well,
the
You
question.
said it was a free
luckily
trader?
we are.
Yes, as a free trader, I'm not certain they're armed. If they are, they won't have very good weaponry. I don't know if they would be willing to attack if they have goods.
The position of this moon,
Mhm.
is it such that we could come around it and stand between them and the space they'd need to make another jump, so that we could essentially ensure that they can't jump away from us? And if we had an intimidating enough ship, they might be encouraged to, rather than run, simply surrender. Using the holographic, of course.
Well, when they come out of jump, just like as when we will, they won't have any fuel to be able to jump out. They're going to need to go through any kind of jump distance they have will be a little bit more than their tanks, I imagine. So they're going to have to spend some time skimming fuel from the gas giant, which means going into the gas giant's atmosphere, which will wreak havoc with their sensors. Now the question is, if you chase them when they're in the gas giant, they'll be too close to the body to be able to jump, and they won't have enough fuel, and they won't be able to see very well, but they'll be picking up fuel. So you'd have to move quickly. You could try to get them before they get into the gas giant, or be a bit more visible then. There are some choices I think you might be able to make.
I have an idea. If we get there before they do, and we have enough time, we can make our own scoop. Then we could use our holographic or our hull, if this is able to. Is there a way we can make it look like we are damaged?
Well, you are damaged.
So it wouldn't take much effort.
No.
So more damaged.
Yes.
Wonderful. Then we could go ahead and we can utilize the moon as a wreck site. Send out a distress call.
They won't come after us until they've filled their ship first, though, right?
That's why we make sure to fill our ship. Or maybe we will ping them before when they show up, and it's irresistible. If we are SOS, and
They
It's
are
easier
new.
to draw it'd be easier to draw the fuel from a ship than it would be to make a scoop, correct?
That would involve theft.
Oh no.
Doesn't seem like they're above it.
Well, smuggling is a bit different. Carrying contraband is a bit different than stealing. Stealing involves people who might fight back. The question is, are they the type of people who think they could fight back?
Are they the type of people who would make us sign a contract so we could live? That contract being, of course, us sending over the ship. This is a tactic that I picked up on my years. That you would follow the SOS. You would then pick up those who are in distress, but for a very, 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 very hefty price, usually in ship shares. And the ship shares, of course, will be, of course, the shares of their ship. You own more of their ship than they do, and then they thusly work for you. Not saying this is them, but it's something that could be done. If they have that mindset, then they will, of course, think like the scalpers that I've worked with, and they will follow the SOS, especially if it's something that is as royal as this ship. If this is a collector's piece, then there
That's
are
much
parts
as certain.
that are going to be very valuable. And if it's already scrap, it's going to be very easy for them to want those parts for themselves to upsell. This could be a good idea. But there are several others, including guns blazing. The only thing I worry about, of course, is the pressures and the volatile scooping and a scoop chase. I'm not necessarily sure if I want to put ourselves in that.
No. I certainly am not a fan of guns blazing. I don't think that's going to be effective
We have one gunner.
at all.
I point to the captain.
No. Who?
I also have gunner skills.
Oh yes, we
So
have
you
two
do-
gunners.
But it's you know what? That's really neither here
We
nor
have
there.
3 gunners. Wonderful.
Well, yes. Well,
This
then
is
you
me
have
knowing
2
my crew.
gunners. You have enough. This is good. Now, I suppose the question you have to ask is: seems to be a very stealthy ship. I imagine hiding behind the moon with this ship, you would most likely be able to just sneak up on them, and by the time you get close enough to be within weapons range, they might not even realize you're there.
And if we fire a single shot and say, "Good evening. We hope you're doing well. And at this crucial point in history, we do not want to shoot you out of the sky. We would much rather come to an arrangement. Would you be so kind as allow us to board and take half of what you have? And then from there, we just double cross them."
It would be much easier as well if we catch them unawares before they've done the scoop.
Yes.
Stop them in their tracks, as it were.
In which case they can't escape.
Mm.
Very
Not
handy.
easily.
I'm thinking I'm still very much about this wreck site idea.
Well, if you are pretending to be a wreck, the problem is this. If they come out to this gas giant as we are, that means there's no record of them coming into the system at all, at least not with any starport, which means they don't want anyone to know they're here. So, would they be willing to have a record of their presence? Unless I imagine they think this place is completely abandoned, in which case they will probably refuel completely and then come over to see if there's something worth scavenging.
I agree with the captain. I believe that sneaking up on them when their pants are down and they're scooping out the gas giant would be the best. Get them while they're vulnerable. Give them an offer they can't refuse.
I
Literally.
also- well, yes. If they
agree
refuse it,
with
then
you
we're
all.
in a gun battle, and then we're going to die. And let's not die. I don't want to die.
I don't think it will come to that, based on what we know.
Well, I can't imagine
Nobody thinks it will.
that you could be beat by a small far trader. This is, one of the great commercial raiders of the old Drinaxian Empire. I imagine that you all are more than capable. However, I would caution against destroying the ship or killing anyone. A destroyed ship's not particularly... I imagine. I noticed you had a cargo scoop, which means if you did destroy the ship, you could probably just scoop things up from space, but I wouldn't recommend it. It brings too much attention.
It would also
Flashiness is
be
never
more
good.
valuable in one piece, I imagine.
It would indeed. Now,
You
Captain.
said something.
Yes, Doctor.
You said so we wouldn't be recognized.
Yes, I mean, as long as you don't... Well, no one will know you're here in the Marduk system at all, at least not officially. If you rob them here, I might recommend, of course, refueling before they get there, and then perhaps jumping somewhere else before you refuel and recheck. I do have some contacts. Yes.
Don't we want them to know about us?
Well, I don't know. I don't think you want people to know you're pirates.
Privateers. Thank you.
Well, yes.
Kindly.
The legend must spread, Captain.
But perhaps
It
not
must start
associated with
somewhere.
us.
We can look however we want to look.
An excellent point.
Let
I
them
can
see a ship
accent. I can use
that's-
an accent. I could use a different language. We could, yes.
Well, my way has always been to be a bit more subtle than that, than letting know. This really comes down to a bit of a question now, doesn't it? What are you going to take from them?
What do you want?
Well,
Your cash.
I want my cash, but what will you take from them? I have no claim on anything else on that ship, but
We
you
have
will
no scans
have
yet, Captain.
choices to make.
Money,
We have no
supplies,
scans. We don't know.
parts.
It-
The things that will allow us to get further, to do the next job. And things that will leave a mark so that they will spread the word that there are pirates functioning in the area. Privateers. Harlock's going to look at Terrica.
Because Terrica's literally like,
Half of our job is, or half of our mandate from the king, privateering, another nod to Terrica, but also to gather allies. You have to have a resume for that.
Well, so here comes a question I imagine you're going to have to ask yourself. I would first say that if you get very close to that ship before they can recognize you, you may not have to fire at all. You might be able to convince them that there's no point in fighting. That would be a point. But I think you might have to ponder this. I am certain, or I'm not the scourge of the Starways, that they have illegal goods. Those illegal goods will not be on their manifest. They surely also have goods that are on their manifest. The question that you'd have to ask is, how much do you want to take from them?
obviously all of the illegal goods is the easy answer, because then they would be unable to speak about it,
Indeed.
or at least unable to speak about it to authorities. And the underground has a much stronger communication network, so the people they would speak to would be more likely to spread news of us. The question is, in the interest of making allies, do we allow them to keep the rest of the cargo?
Well, I don't know that they would necessarily see us taking any of their cargo and alliable action.
Maybe if we ask quite nicely.
It's certainly worth a try. Captain, if I may.
Yes.
Glances at
and the
Severance
Scourge
again.
looks at Severance like that. There's always that little confusion when they say Captain.
It seems that during your long and illustrious career, very illustrious, your primary goal was to keep going,
Yes.
whereas the primary goal that we have is to make a splash, as it were, bring back attention to the fact that Drinax is a formidable power. In order to do that, we will have to splash a bit.
Yes, but if I remember the king correctly, he does not want it connected to Drinax until you have power.
But don't think in order to splash we necessarily need to have it connected. We just need to make sure that they know, that they spread the word.
There has to be a once upon a time.
That is fair. Well, that will
Has
then...
to be a next time as well.
Yes.
That is a bit of a tricky thing. That, of course, is a bit more your mission. Do you take only enough so that they are not encouraged to speak of what you've done, or do you take a bit more so that they might do?
I have things to say. I think no matter what we do is going to probably be the only time we ever do it. We're not going to be able to recycle the same strategy and tactics every time we come across a ship that we want to privateer.
Thank you.
Of course. There is going to be times where we are going to have a plan. There are going to be times where the plan is going to then change. There are also times where I am not going to like the plan, like this one, where we head into the scoop, into the gas giant, to try and catch them with their pants down, as he sort of...
You might be able to hit them before they hit the gas giant.
Yes, we could. The gas giant, I've had my fair share of traversing with through and scooping, and it could be quite dangerous.
This is true.
Very lucrative if you can do it correctly, and sort of looking over at Terrica, but it is also a risky maneuver. So anything beyond scooping is a bit, it gets me a bit nervous. No offense to anybody here, it's our first job. I don't necessarily want to lose the ship immediately. But also, we do have the opportunity, we do have a Baron of the Imperium on the ship as well. So if we wanted to somehow, if we could scare them into shutting down their engines and letting us aboard for a routine scan of the area, that could be helpful. They may not have, of course, give us, of course, the details of what they have hidden in their cargo lockers, but they will give us we'll at least have eyes in there or a way in. And if we do have a way in, then we have a better idea with what we're working with. We know that they don't have guns. We do. We don't know if they have guns inside, and we not necessarily do or don't. I feel like fighting a crab or fighting a what's the word? Fighting the chitinous shell is always going to be easier if the shell is off.
I don't know what that means.
If we go inside the shell, we're going inside of the ship to get to the fleshy bits, the people.
Ah, yes. Well, I think there is something to be said for the idea of utilizing all the assets that we have, including, Harlock's going to gesture to Severance, the assets of the personnel. Perhaps if we snuck up and disguised ourselves to look like the authorities. We're already finding them where they shouldn't be.
Authorities don't use this sort of ship. Your silhouette, it does not look like the silhouette of the authorities.
If we were to catch them when their sensors couldn't see. Quick question out of game. How accessible are things like the life support system from the outside of the ship? And could I essentially be able to drop some gas or vapor from the outside of the ship through their life support?
No, you have to get in. You have to get in to do that.
But please bring this up in character.
Yeah.
Okay. I just figured since I knew life support as the character, I would have that.
That's an awesome question, though.
If you're in there, you can sabotage it pretty well.
Exactly. Okay.
Yeah. So if you're bringing this shit
character.
up, yeah.
Oh yeah, no, I'm deaf. Oh yes. Oh my god. Okay, sorry, I got excited.
Me too.
Well, so if we catch them with their pants down, whatever way we do that, whether it's by requesting help in some way, shape, or form, if we can get ourselves on the ship, potentially, if I can get to their life support, I could inject a neuron gas, which would essentially give us about 57 minutes of time to be able to pull whatever we need off the ship, because they would just, it just knocks you out. You have it. And right, Val, is that, do I remember what neuron gas does correctly? I forget exactly.
There's a number of things that you could inject, but it would have to be in pretty high concentrations and quantities to take out the entire ship.
Fair.
How much do you have of it?
If you wanted to knock them out, all we have to do is just mess with the scrubbers.
I'm going to note.
True.
If you're on their ship already, presumably, you just threaten them. I find that a bit of an air of ruthless, incipient violence helps quite a lot.
How many guns did you bring, Captain?
This entire ship you're on is a gun.
How many guns do you have on yourself?
Personally, I just have one small one. But again, you could just threaten to blow them out of the sky.
And plus, if they are knocked out, they can't witness our wonderful privateering.
Thank you.
Captain Kane, how often did you have a plan go exactly the way that you had formulated it?
Oh, sometimes quite often. I was very good. I like to plan. I also like to keep it simple. Do my research.
If we threaten them, go aboard. If they make any sort of action to do anything, we just make sure we're in our suits, and I'll just remove the oxygen from the atmosphere for long enough for them to knock out, and then of course I can return it, but that will give us enough time, and they'll have an awful headache when they wake.
Well, I just find reminding them that they won't be able to pay off their debts if they're dead helps.
And at the very
Could be
least,
enticing,
if it doesn't, we have oxygen as a backup.
Yes, I think
And we
this is a
can
good
just-
idea. We keep it simple, and then we have all of these backups in case we need them.
Now, if they're very dangerous, that's a little bit different. But they're smugglers, not pirates.
We can just ask them very nicely. I think politeness is an understated art in this world these days. I
All
don't
right.
want
They
to
do
worry.
business. Let's use that.
Small note. You have something in your favor, besides the fact that you'll have a very large and dangerous ship that could probably destroy it without too much trouble. And that is, it's in a pirate's best interest for trade to continue. If there's not trade, then you cannot rob it. So they would believe indeed that you would be willing to keep them alive if they play along. If you make them feel too desperate, they might just, well, get desperate. So a nice balance between reasonableness and ruthlessness, I find to be quite useful.
Captain Kane, you have a fantastic story. I think the entire galaxy has heard it.
Yeah. I try to keep it somewhat mysterious. You all want to make a name for yourself, in which case you might be doing it a little bit different than I.
Correct.
I don't think I would use the name of your Baron unless you want it attached to you. That would be it.
I'd like to use your name.
My name.
Do they know who you are?
Everyone knows who I am.
Everyone knows.
They have
Everyone
your
knows.
ship, but they know that have they met you? Have you met them?
No,
Do you know?
No, they don't
Very well.
know what ship they have.
Hmm.
But
If
they
they
know
did,
you.
it would be something a little bit different.
Your name, this ship, an ultimatum. That's all the plan we need.
I like this.
All right. You can use my name. You can use my name. I'll be interested to see how you all fare. Oh, by the way, Sue, this food is delicious.
Sue's the best.
The Harlock.
It's the sous chef.
I'll be
Scabby
interested
Neck
to
had
see.
that one in chat.
I assume you're going to be the most threatening one. Also, you need a bit more of a crew. I'll be interested to see how this goes. Yes. I will either stay here on the ship or go in with you, whichever you desire, whatever is most useful for you.
Wonderful.
So you're going in.
It's up to you. You're the captain.
Yes. How do you see it, Captain?
I see a lot of different things happening. The good news is I don't, unfortunately, Madam Kane, Captain Madam Kane, Your Highness, I think that,
Appropriate.
Your Grace, there is...
That's not appropriate.
Actually, just a captain is fine.
That's what I said. It was in there, Captain. Your way of planning, though it may have worked, and may have proven to work in your planning and planning and planning and planning. I like it. I respect that it happened. I respect that it went well. I've planned everything my entire life, and nothing's gone the way I wanted it to. So I have only ever been able to kick from what the hands have been dealt to me. There is nothing against it not going your way, as long as you know how to bounce back. And I'll be quite honest, I've never been able to write a page without having it fall apart. So let's keep it simple, and we'll just have all of these things in the back burner in case we need it. I think what we should do is get them before their scoop. They have their pants down, or we can get them with their scoop down. But if we do that, then we are going to be in fighting control of the gravity as on this planet, as well as, of course, the gaseous storms, which could be awful. We don't necessarily know what they could be. If we hide behind, we do have Terrica. Yes, we do. We hide behind the moon. That is also a way, but then we'd have to be able to slingshot ourselves back, and we would utilize less fuel to get there. But
with all due respect, it seems you are posturing 3 different plans.
I am.
Why?
Because any of them can work.
That's fair, but what are we doing now?
Yeah.
What is our... Yes.
I think let's keep it simple. As I sort of nods over towards the Captain Kane, and I think we just threaten, see what happens. And if they
politely.
or politely, if you'd like to speak, that's great. And if it works, it works. If it doesn't, then we have a plan B. And plan B, we've got plenty of. I'm more of a plan B guy anyway. So let's do plan A. Sort of, we'll threaten, we'll use the gun, and then we'll figure out plan B, or I'll figure out plan B. We'll have a plan B. We'll figure out what plan B is when plan B shows up.
I think they're probably all... Harlock's probably standing near to the Captain Queen and also to Severance. And I think Harlock would reach out and put a hand on Severance's shoulder. Your pages may not have worked out exactly the way you wanted when you were on your own, but you're not anymore. You're with us. And aside from that, it seems that you have the strength of being able to bounce back. So I have no doubt that should any of our plans go awry, you are the exact right person to have.
Thank you.
Well.
So, I guess that's what we'll do. We will make sure the particle beam is ready, and we'll have things running hot, and then we will keep our signal low behind the moon, and then approach when they approach the gas giant.
Terrica?
Yes.
You will have your work cut out for you, I believe.
I am ready, and I am also prepared. I am both prepared and ready and prepared. I'm all of these things for both plan A and plan B. Whatever the plans may be, I'm ready and prepared.
Interesting. Thank you. All right. I have a question. Captain.
Yeah,
I said I would give you time, and now the time has come. Who is your engineer?
Severance, if I may.
Yes. Yes, you may.
It seems that
Harlock is the engineer. Thank you.
it seems that our greatest strength might be to have Terrica be the engineer.
That's what I said. Terrica is the engineer, but there are
Yes.
also the pilot, though, so maybe he should.
I would love to have the continued support of both Val and the Harlock as it relates to the jump drive. But I would absolutely love to take care of this amazing ship. The Gambler is, well, she's one of a kind. And I would love to show her exactly how kind people can be when they recognize her for all of her worth.
All right.
I can't imagine anyone would take care of it better.
My next question, who is your medic?
It better be me.
Sue.
Well, Sue and I are a package deal anyway, so.
That was a joke. That was a joke. I'm sorry. Yes,
All
yes,
right.
of course, it's Dr. Val.
Who is your astrogator?
I think that's me too.
Yep.
Yes, if we could.
Yes, I believe the fine doctor did the wonderful astrogating that got us here.
And your pilot?
America.
And your gunners?
You.
No, I'm not your long-term gunner. Who are your
Oh,
gunners?
long term. Yeah, well, I'm not thinking about long term.
Well,
You're the
yes,
one who
but
thinks
you're the
long term.
captain. You must know the capabilities of your crew.
But Plan B, guy.
This is not.
I believe that as I do have some experience with guns and weaponry, and the Harlock would pull out her own. Oh no, screen. I believe I would be able to take on that role, and at best, when we have more guns to manage, well, that's a problem for then and not now.
I'm sorry, did not Terrica mention that they have skills in gunnery?
Well, I do know how to fire guns, yes, and
Terrica,
I do fire them.
I believe is very skilled, but I feel that I would take point just so that they may focus
Yes, of
on
course.
the
Yes.
engineering needs.
Yes. All
Terrica like leans over to the Harlock and is like, "Thank you," and leans back.
And also, might I also mention that our main form of weaponry is front-facing. That could be fixed, and if it is fixed, and we have that on auto-fix, we could go ahead and just have Terrica fire and maneuver.
Yes,
Right,
I imagine,
Terrica?
of course, the missiles will probably be the Harlock. Now, Captain, who are your raiders, those who will board? Who are your boarders, your marines? Before you have a full complement, when you're going to send people into a ship who will be
Situational.
intimidating and dangerous, which of your crew members are capable in this way?
The Harlock. Next question.
That is one.
Yes.
All right.
Captain, if I may, I believe that depending on the situation,
Thank you. Situational.
the doctor has shown that they are a very creative thinker. However, our very own Severance is very handy in a pickle as well.
I see.
That's why they named me Captain.
Yes. Well then.
We did? Oh, yes.
Well. Ahem. I will be very pleased to see how this happens. I'm going to retire and let you all do what it is you do. I have a small novel that I want to finish, and I imagine will be coming out of Jump Space soon. Captain?
Captain.
Would you like me to?
Captain.
I'll be back. I'll be back. And I want to escort her to her quarters.
And she will like put out her hand so you can walk her
yes.
there.
Captain, you must get a bit, when a battle starts, you're going to have to be able to inspire them. Be a bit more firm.
God.
You're going to need to be more. They need to know that you're going to be there for them and that you'll be able to, as a captain, one of the most important things you can do is to direct people where they need to be when they need to be there. In order to do that, you need to know their capabilities inside and out, what they're good at, when they get nervous, what makes them nervous, how to make them less nervous.
Are you talking about what I need to know or what you're looking for?
Know what you need to know.
Oh, because I already know.
Do you?
Yes.
Your performance at dinner did not seem to say so.
It was dinner, ma'am. I didn't know we were having a meeting where I had to be firm with my crew.
You have to know them better.
I know them very well.
We shall see, Captain.
Very well. With all due respect, the hollow docks that I have booted up with them have been way more times than the amount of hours I have spent chatting with you. So I do know them a little bit more than you may think I do. Hence why everything is situational.
We shall see.
If we had a crew that would fill out this entire ship, then yes, everybody would fit their role perfectly. But right now we don't. Everyone overlaps. I do not want to board, but I will if I have to. And I know the same goes with the doctor. It's situational. Maybe, if we're lucky, we could swing a couple of crew from this smuggler into our cause. And then I'll have the answers for you. But right now, it's situational.
We shall see. We shall see. If you impress me, well, we shall see.
I'm not here to impress you.
Oh.
I'm here to get a job done. Am I being firm enough? I'm going to close the door.
And you can hear like a little beep, beep, boop, and you can hear some light music coming in from her room. And then you hear the alert.
Perfect.
It's the alert which says you have not too much longer before you emerge from jump space. The bubble is becoming unstable.
The blorp. The blorp of instability
Mm-hmm.
is now canon.
I assume that's the technical term.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
So Terrica heads to the bridge to monitor the blorp to ensure that we can come out of jump space safely as possible.
Mm-hmm.
Because the blorp, at this point could be unstable and we need to just monitor these things.
What do you all do before you emerge?
The doctor would basically tell Sue, Sue, keep everything patched in from med bay and route it up to the bridge. I'm going to take the co-pilot's chair just in case.
All right.
I can offer any assistance to Terrica if things go sideways with this gas giant.
I will. And like Sue sort of like ports out of the dining area and down into another part of just like dematerializes and materializes in different moments of the ship. What do the rest of you do?
Quick meta question. Was that scene good enough for me to update my leadership?
No, it takes weeks.
Damn
To
it.
study for weeks. Weeks. It is a long, slow process.
Is it,
Took
do
you
I get is there like a little tick or something? Do I have to like do that 3 times? Or is that
I
just...
believe it's, well, it depends on what level you want to get to.
Okay.
8 weeks.
Okay, cool. All right.
Yeah. It'll take
That
a
was
while.
a week. Got
No,
it.
yeah, this is a week. One of One of many, and
So if
it's
I do
also
a
how many,
point-
what level you want to go to. If you want to
Yeah.
get it, it's like 8 weeks, and
So
then,
this is like the experience where
Yeah.
we have an incremented table, but it's because of the levels of blah blah blah. Cool, great, perfect.
slow
right.
level up.
Yeah, I like it. You know,
So
yeah,
it's like-
like XP.
Yeah, you grow
Okay,
it
cool.
slowly.
I'm a grower.
Not a shower. You were a
no.
grower and a shower. I feel like you're already showing your leadership.
I said, hey, you showed back
you.
there. You
Thank
showed
you,
back there.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you. I can be both. All right, great.
The bubble starts to collapse, and shortly, as the lights start flashing, you go from that weird feeling you always, you know, when you're in an elevator and the elevator's like either starts moving or stopping, that weird feeling you get when, like,
I'm sorry, you mean the best feeling ever?
yeah, it's this moment where you go from being completely still to emerging out of the bubble and realizing you're moving very, very fast, that you are coming in. Like, it's that kind of that weird, like,
Yeah.
strangeness of like speed being different. And when you emerge in front of this massive gas giant. It is this huge thing, and you're of course way outside of you're right out of the distance, the jump safe distance, and you're in this space, and you are on the outer edge of this system. This is a part of the system where nobody should be jumping to this place if you have legitimate business. This is, you really shouldn't be here unless,
You just shouldn't.
I mean, there's a planet a bit further on that you could just jump to instead, and you wouldn't run into pirates, and you would seem very legitimate, and people would
But
know
we
that
would
you're
always
here.
run into ourselves.
You can't run away from yourself. Also, privateers. Thank
Privateers?
you.
That's what they keep telling me.
It's true. And you have no more jump fuel left because it took all of your jump fuel. You still have maneuver fuel, but you don't have any jump fuel left as you sort of get here. And I will note, when you emerge, it is silent. Sensors take up a lot of space. Jump takes up a lot of space, but you have an advanced stealth drive, stealth jump drive, which allows you to jump into places, and it is very difficult for people to realize that you have arrived if there are people already here. But your scanners say no. You don't pick up anything except a small moon off to the side where you could hide if you wanted to.
We wanted to scoop, didn't we? Get it done
Yeah,
before
that
they
was
got
our
here.
first plan.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Val would come onto the bridge and probably take a seat at the kind of like the offset, if we're looking like a kind of a Serenity setup, the non-wash chair. He would sit down in that one.
There are dinosaurs on Terrica's dashboard now, just in case.
Curse
there's
your
any
inevitable
question about
betrayal.
that. And Terrica, I think, would go to pilot over to do the scoop and get the business out of the way.
I'm going to need some rolls.
I'm ready to
just scoop
assist.
just like that.
Womp, womp, womp. I tried.
I know you tried, but it
I was so close.
We're there, we're standing around, we're just gonna scoop really quick.
So we're sorting through all the goods we just stole from this food train.
Yeah, exactly. So here we are.
Does that
getting
work?
Our
Can we
medal
do
from the
that?
king.
So
And everyone
Now we have our
loves us.
planets, we've retired, it's great.
a gas giant is made up of multiple layers. And you need to get deeper in there in order to get fuel. But passing between the layers is dangerous. The captain, Severance, is correct. Going between these layers is a bunch of buffeting, and it's difficult. And the top layer is the wisp, and you cannot skim fuel because there's not enough fuel at this space. You also have no threat of orbital decay. You have no sensor interference as you get to that sort of just top wisp of the gas giant. And of course, you choose to go deeper, I assume, so that you
We need
can...
to get the scoop.
To get the scoop. You want to get to the next level, but even then that's not... You could go deeper, but I need you to roll as you move from one layer to the next. Could you please roll a pilot? You need the specialty spacecraft, which I assume you have. I assume that's your specialty.
Yes. it
Can I
is.
roll to assist here, or
Yes, you may. If you have piloting as well.
I do with spacecraft.
Please do. Please roll and let me know what your what you get, how much you make it by.
8.
Oh, all right. Okay, that is +1, which makes it with that +1 aid.
Just barely. Oh, thank you.
You move slowly into the next level of the gas giant, the extreme shallows. You could skim fuel on this level. It's not so dangerous, but it's not. It would be very slow. This level is it's the extreme shallows. You know, if you wanted better, you'd want to go deeper.
How are we doing, Terrica?
I think that we need to go a little deeper. We don't have. Wait, question. How much time do we have? Do we estimate
Don't
we
know.
have between?
You don't
We don't
know.
know.
You don't
Okay.
know.
Well, then I don't know that we want to play with time. I think we need to go down another layer.
We're
Roll.
going deeper, Sev. And he just reaches off to the right, doesn't even look at Terrica, just like
Mhm.
reaches
Yeah.
out for like a fist bump, like
And
across the gap.
obviously they're just like boop, like they were already same time.
Mm-hmm.
Baron Severance is nowhere to be seen near the bridge, by the way. He's radioing in, just asking for details.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think Harlock could be just standing behind the chair holding on to it, just to not like tip over, but just watching.
Makes sense.
This will be.
Do
a
I get
roll
another support on this roll?
at a
Or
minus
do I
one.
just go?
This one's minus one.
Mhm.
Okay.
Okay.
Same order.
Mhm.
And then, okay, give me uno momento. -1. 8.
Mm-hmm. You get a +1 on your roll.
Oh, I get a +1 on my
Mhm.
roll?
That is
Awesome.
correct. And remember, you're going to be rolling yours. You should be getting your bonuses with this as well.
Which bonuses?
Yeah, it's in there. Yeah, it's in
Okay.
there.
Cool. How is that possible? Is that a 0?
That is a 0, but that doesn't make any sense. It's not a 0.
It's
you
not a
put-
0.
You put
It's
a +1.
not.
Just put a 1, but that's a 10.
Mhm.
So.
Okay.
Might not have room for the one in front of it.
Yes.
That explains that. I was like,
yeah.
that's physically impossible.
Well, -1, right? Would put you at a 9, and so you go from the extreme shallow to the shallow. The shallow. Now, if you stay here, you can refuel at about half the rate normal. Or you could go to the deep layer 4. And that would allow you to fuel at the normal rate, but you would need to roll again at a -2.
Val just, no matter what the answer is, all out of their periphery, all Terrica would see would be
Val would, or Terrica would definitely fist bump Val. And yeah, I'm gonna make that roll. I've still got 2 luck. So
Do you want me to do it again? Can I?
Please.
Yeah.
-2.
And this is at -2.
To get into the deep.
Woo, baby.
yeah.
Mhm. All right. You get a +1
Excellent.
on this roll.
Thank goodness.
Trooper, if I add 2 luck to that, can I get a +2 to that?
As long as you hit more than, because I put it in our thing. I believe
It's be
if you get
14, isn't it?
yeah. If you get
Okay, never
yes.
mind then.
I
Sorry,
did
sorry.
just do another 10 roll, it looks like.
Stop
It
putting
is.
a plus. Don't add a plus, just the number.
I just need to put the number.
Just
But
the
I
number.
keep putting a plus because like it's a
No,
plus
but no.
thing. So then I add the plus in. I'm
You-
making it complicated. I'm staying in character, Trooper.
I see it. And you dive into the deep. And as you dive and you pass through the layer, there's that moment when you start pressing through the next layer to get into the deep layer of this gas giant. And there's a moment where you can just feel the ship. And you know that if you don't do this just right, you will bounce off this layer and you will do damage to this ship and your ship. I mean, you could could lose power. You could be sucked, and now you have to fight.
Oh, the ship
gravity.
can't take it.
You have to fight the gravity of this giant, and the deeper you go, the stronger the pressure. But what would cost you a huge amount of money to fuel, you can do by passing through, swooping through, in and out. And it will take you, what? Maybe from this level of where you're at, let's see, you'd get about 2 tons of fuel per pass. And each pass would take about, for you all at this moment, let's say 10 minutes. So in what? 40, right? So that's 20 in 200 minutes. You can do this in about 3.5 hours, right? Because you stayed deep. If you had stayed on that sort of the next level where it's much safer, you'd be looking at a day and a half to fuel up completely if you stay up there. Now, of course, down in here, you notice the sensors are hard to read. You've got all this interference from everyone around you, right? All of, like, it's hard to know what is happening outside of this space that you're in, this sort of deep space, with the storm of the gas giant all around you. If you were in here refueling, it would be hard to know what's happening outside.
I have a feeling it's like going. I don't know if any of you have ever been in a small airplane, like a tiny
Yes, I
airplane.
have.
And like when they go through clouds, and when the because you are like just a couple of feet behind the pilot, and you hear all of the beeps and the burrs and the whizzes and the beeps, the sweeps, and the creeps,
It's
and
loud.
it's loud and it's freaky because you're like, oh boy, what does that mean? What does that beep mean? And I feel like that's what's happening here, where it's just beep, beep, beep,
And
and
it
it's
shakes.
just and you've got the shaky turbulence that's happening, but like you both who are in the bridge are probably fine because these beeps and whirs are probably fine to you because you know what they all mean.
Yeah.
But like to anybody else, it would probably be terrifying.
But you feel it.
I mean, I think like through this whole thing, like the longer after we get through each of the layers, like Terrica goes from like feeling more comfortable to like not relaxed, but like that sort of like really sharp, relaxed focus, you know, like when you start working on something and the hours go by and the time goes past and you're just like in the zone and everything is fine. You're not stressed. You're not anxious. It's not frenetic energy, but it is like this intense, like very focused, driven energy that is pure joy. Like I imagine anyone in that room is probably like, oh wow, they're in a good headspace. Like everything's going off, the whole world is shaking and falling apart, and Terrica's just like, let's do this.
And as you're doing this, right, you're getting unrefined fuel. You have a fuel refiner that you're going to probably want to use so that you can refine this fuel, because unrefined fuel, it gives you trouble with jumping. It's not great to use unrefined fuel if you want to jump. But you have a fuel processor, which you can use to refine. You'll probably spend some time refueling, right? But as you're going through this pass, you have to make, like what, 20 passes? About 20 passes in and out, coming in and out. And it takes you about 3.5 hours, but only because you went deep. If you were a less skilled pilot, or maybe a little bit nervous, or maybe not as bold, you might not go as deep, and then you might have to spend a lot more time doing this before you were able to get to a space where you could jump out. Now, the jump to, with a jump to, a 2-jump drive, a J2 drive, if you could get half of that, you could jump out 1 parsec. So you could, in an emergency, work really hard. I mean, well, if you want to go really emergency, you just go really, really deep, and your ship,
Right.
that'd be really bad. But
Risk reward,
you're thinking about this other ship that you have, right? The ship that's coming that you're going to ambush. They would not be able to, even if they started refueling, they wouldn't be able to get up enough fuel to jump out right away. It would take a while.
We got a head start on the refueling anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They'd get a red start, but they wouldn't. So you have some question about, like, you have some time about when you decide you want to sneak up on them. You could sneak up on them on their way, like in their scooping in and out.
It depends on what level they go to too. We
That's
could do.
correct.
There's a little piece of cinema called The Wrath of Khan.
Yes.
And in the Nebula battle, Captain Kirk never, or I would say Khan never realized that there was 3 dimensions to space.
Yep.
So if they go to the shallow level, because they're not as ballsy as Terrica, then we would be coming from below up to them,
Mhm.
which would be, you never expect attack from below.
And their
Should
sensors
chase
are
them
going
away
to be
from
just
the
as
gas.
but their sensors are going to be just as messed up as ours are. So they're not going to be able to see us either way.
Mm-hmm. Now, I will note, though, that if they're in and you're out, you will have no interference, and they will. And they won't. It's hard to see people outside when you're inside, But that is a thing for you to ponder as you sort of make your way out and hide behind the moon and begin your fuel processing. Now, I'm going to note a couple of things about your ship as you're waiting for them to arrive. You have more things on your ship than you can power. Gonna just note that. Your ship has many, many, many systems, and you don't have a big enough fuel power plant for everything. Now, that's not the worst because you don't normally run everything all at once. Your power plant is 260. Your maneuver drive is 120. The basic ship systems is 40. That puts you at 160. Your jump drive is 40, but you don't have the jump drive and the maneuver drive on at the same time, so that's not a big deal. Your sensors, that's 8. That puts you at 168. So you have like 92 power left over, and that holographic hull is 100. So the holographic hull, if you wanted to have it running at the same time as other things, you might want to drop some other things.
God, I love that system.
Now,
Terrica, are we done yet?
there is a possibility that basic ship systems, which includes life support and all of that, you could cut it in half. You could only power it by 20, and
I mean, there are only a handful of
it's
us
only
here.
a handful. You would not want to do that long term, right? But you could do that for a battle, and you would be fine. And that would allow you to have the holographic hull up as well.
And I can do that safely
Mm-hmm.
because I've got that specialty.
Mm-hmm. But I just want you to note, as I'm going to ask you at this moment, because this is the moment, what systems do you have on?
Do.
Mm-hmm.
The M drive has to be on.
It does.
Yeah. But our jump drive doesn't have
It
to be
does
on.
not.
The fuel processor has to be on
Well, you're going
because
to
it
have
takes
that
a day
done.
to
We could-
process 40
We can do it
tons.
later too.
Yeah,
We don't
and you can-
have to do it now. We
You
can
don't have to do it
start
now,
our
or you can do
processing.
it until they arrive. You can just process
Yeah,
as much as
and
you
we
can
can
until they
kill it.
arrive,
Yeah.
and then shut it off.
Yeah. I'm down for that. I do want us to have some processed fuel when they arrive, though, just in case we
Yeah.
have to make it a jump,
Make something.
just in case something goes bad.
And by the
I
way,
like the way you think. Plan
on
B.
your wonderful Google Doc character sheet for your ship, the extensive one,
Mhm,
under
at the
power
bottom.
allocation,
I'm
you can
looking
just
at.
click and decide what you have allocated and see if you have enough power for it.
Oh,
It's all
Oh,
right
that's
there.
so
dude, this
handy.
is sweet.
How sweet is
You're-
that?
you're so
Yeah,
amazing.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Did you make this? Did
OMG.
you find this?
No,
Anyway,
I found
thank
it,
you.
and I've altered it a little bit to make it.
Oh, it's so good. Thank
It's
you. That's
really,
so
really
cool.
good.
Yeah.
And if you go your basic ship systems at half, that'll save you a little bit. And I would
Oh,
like
wow,
you
that
to
is
figure out what
amazing.
you want to spend your energy on as I make one roll for you. Well, not for you, but for someone else.
I don't know if you can
Well,
see this
we're-
chat, but we have
Just one?
we have a data, like a spreadsheet here, and there's a part of the spreadsheet that's just a bunch of power and then check boxes. We check the boxes, it gives us the total. So it's super cool. We can just flick them on and off and see what we have our power into right now, which is really, really cool.
Is screens, is that like our ability to be able to use sensors and stuff like that
You
and know
don't
where they're
need
at?
if it's green, that means you have it. So you don't have any screens to worry about.
Okay, cool.
So if it's green,
okay.
it's stuff that you have on.
Yeah, sensors is in the other column underneath
Yep.
J drive.
Yep.
We would need that up just to be able to read them coming in.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
You
This is sweet.
do you want your holographic hull open?
Do we need it?
I don't
I
think we
don't-
do.
Well, here's the
I don't
thing.
think
if
We're
we
we're
need
gonna
it for
do
just
this one.
threaten them.
We're threatening. And once again, I'd like to not do the same strategy twice.
Right.
So if we're going to do this, then we should definitely try to keep the holographic hull ready for next time.
Not blow all of our strategies at once, is what you're saying? Whoa.
Mm-hmm.
No one's
But
ever
the
seen
same
us before,
strategy
so they
That's
might as
correct.
well see us
Ever.
as
That's
we are
correct.
right now.
Exactly.
But note that. And so you start doing your fuel processor and you wait. It's 2 days. It's 3 days. It's 4 days. It's 5 days. 6 days.
We are a Drinaxian ship, just remember, right? We are.
Mm-hmm. But no one's seen
They
this
had
ship
a
in 200
problem.
years.
In 200 years. Yeah.
And I imagine you've turned off your
Collector's item.
transponder.
Turned off the big holographic sign on the side.
Mm-hmm.
Or a flying Babe Ruth card.
Yeah, we've erased the Drinax or bust on the side of the ship. so-
Drinax King
You can
rules.
just
Number
you
one.
can just see like bust. Like we didn't quite get it all off, but just
It
So
says
here's my
Drinax bus.
question. Would you
What
like,
is or ust? No,
would you like to try studying while you wait?
yes.
yeah.
I'll do some more back suit. Yeah.
Okay.
I'll do some.
Whether or not you get a full week will depend on when they show up. Please mark what you've studied. 4, 5,
Okay.
6, 7.
That's a magic number.
That's the magic number. They've not arrived yet. 8 days.
That's a problem because if they have not come out of jump at this point, it's been over a week, and that means something went very wrong with them.
Or they're
They
coming
had a
from a
bad
farther
jump.
distance.
They're coming from a farther jump.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Because they don't know where they were not coming from Drinax. They're coming from somewhere else.
It's a right. It's a week every hex.
Well, it's a week
Every
every
jump.
jump. If
So
you
even
have
if we were
a-
doing a long ass jump and we had the drive, it would still take us a week.
Yes. So you have
But if they
a,
only had the fuel, they'd have to make multiple
yes,
jumps.
exactly.
Yep.
Mm,
And you have a 2 jump drive, which is what most 1 and 2 jump is what people generally tend to have. Like higher jump J drives are a lot, and the drive tells you how many parsecs you can do in a jump. So you have a J2 drive, so you can do either 1 or 2 parsecs in a jump. And no matter how many parsecs you do, it's still 1 week in that pocket dimension space. But if you want to go like 6 parsecs, that's 3 jumps. That's at least 3 weeks, but you're going to have to refuel and get yourself ready. So it'll take a while to go through, and all that is money. All that is money. So, and of course, you have to travel in the system, right, to get to these places. So it just takes time, and you don't know how long it'll take for them to get there. Day 9.
Before day 9. I have a scene before day 9.
Absolutely.
I'd like to-
Absolutely.
I'd like to meet with the pirate queen at some point
Mm,
during that.
she's having tea.
Maybe around 7 or day 7 or 8, where we're like, this is getting weird.
Mhm.
How do you know that how do you know that they're making a scoop here?
Oh, well, this is one of the only places along the route. Let me.
How do you know their route?
Well, they're a far trader. They make this route over and over and over again. It's their standard route. And so, the thing about the
They're
thing
relatively
about
new, these
traders
smugglers.
is that they are predictable. They make the same routes over and over and over again. So if you... Do I want to make sure I have everyone? Yes, I do. Good. So if you notice, here is Marduk. Right there. There's a larger trade route they're often going
along the sort of main route here, sort of Janice all the way down. They often take things up this all the way up here on the top and all the way down here.
Imagine she's made like this cool.
So, whoop.
Yep. This holographic.
But what I've
Or map
noticed,
that
and one
she's
of the
pointing
things that put me on the idea that is now time for them to maybe perhaps make a move, is that normally, if they're legitimate, they would go from Thebes to Ogma and then to Torpol. But they have stopped going to Ogma and regularly go through the Marduk system instead. And the Marduk system has got a crappy little C-rated starport. It's not a very interesting place, especially for traders. That they come through here means they're trying to avoid the authorities in Ogma. So they will definitely come through here. Definitely. The question is whether or not how slow they'll be and how far.
Is there a insight type roll I can make here?
I believe that would be deception.
So deception is the skill deception, as in telling a lie and reading a lie.
It's also sleight of hand.
Yep. Anything deceitful,
Yeah,
including reading.
It's a bit broader, right? It's not stealth, but it's all of that other kind of like misdirection and sleight of hand and that.
I guess this would be social. It's not a boon. Rolled a 2. Yeah, okay. Nat 1s, by the way. 2 nat 1s, if that means anything.
Interesting. 2 nat 1s. Tell me, what would be the worst thing, the worst misread that you would get out of this?
That is a really good way to put this. That also changes so much.
A double one? Absolutely.
No. Okay, so this is around day 7 or 8, right? Let's just say this is 8, just to make it easy. Or 7, because I think that's when Terrica said, "Huh, that's weird." And when that happened, I think that's probably when there was maybe a minor scene where we all sort of questioned what was happening, and then I went to do this scene. Severance went to go to the scene. I think, as she says, they'll both definitely be here. He is going to definitely. He is then going to sort of just watch her for a moment, and then close the door, and then make his way to the bridge or to where everyone else is. Whether that is processing or whether that is people are doing their various whatever skill that they're working on. But
she's very dangerous, this woman.
Oh yeah.
And she clearly doesn't have a ship.
Yeah.
She said she's retired.
Yeah, a lot of these things are bubbling to the surface of Severance's mind as he's probably going to radio to everybody.
Common room. Now.
As he sort of waits on the really worn out felt or the really worn out velvet chairs.
Terrica comes in with like a great big manual about the M drive in their hands, and they like sit down and they're like, "Is everything? There isn't an alarm? Is there an alarm? Should I be alarmed?"
No,
I didn't hear one.
No alarm.
Okay.
No alarm.
Then
I think we're working with. I think the Pirate Queen is still. I don't think she's as retired as we thought.
I'm sorry, what?
At this point, Val would come in with a vac suit glove on, trying to hold like a wrench or something.
Yeah.
And he would keep dropping it. How the fuck do you use these things?
You have to think around the wrench. Think around the wrench.
Okay.
It's like giving
Sure,
him gloves that
okay.
are too small for you. So
Right.
you're just like, if like the fingertips go up to here and you're like,
He's incredibly frustrated because he's not used to not being able to do something.
yeah, not being able to be so dexterous or
All
you
those
know,
fine materials that you have with your fingers, it's like,
yeah. And you're like, I'm usually really good at this. But yeah, he says, I don't
also, I
think she's
gotta tell
retired.
you, Severance, she's lying to you about something. You know it.
Oh, I know. Oh, yes. Oh,
You know
you don't
it.
have to, you don't have to tell me. You don't have to tell me. I roll a critical failure. Don't worry about me. I got this.
Oh,
I know that. I know what she's.
I just need the audience to hear me say to you
Oh yeah.
that
Okay.
she's lying about something
For
for later. For later purposes.
Just in case she actually is. I
Just
won't
in
know.
case she actually
Yeah.
is. Mhm,
Yeah.
mhm,
Uh-huh.
mhm.
Wait, she's not retired?
No.
Are you?
What did she offer you a position?
She's not offering me a position. She's why are we sitting here? Why we're on what is it? 7? We've been here a week.
Mhm.
You're insinuating that she's going to take over our ship through pure boredom
I think she's waiting for someone else.
to come get
Who knows
us?
we're here. We may have she also was very, very curious about our plan
Mhm.
and how we were going to do it. She asked us many times how, in excruciating detail, how we would do such a thing.
Yes, she's she's guiding us from orders of the king.
The king trusted her, yeah.
Think I
No,
trust her.
but that is a good point that she was very intent on knowing what the plan was, not what her role was, what the whole plan was.
She didn't want even a role at all, remember? I gave her a role and she said, no, not for me. She doesn't want any part of this job because she doesn't want any danger, because she's not here for the danger, because there isn't going to be danger. Because we're going to have her, she's going to have a flotilla show up here, and however many jumps it's going to be, for her to be here and then take the ship.
It's a very expensive ship. Very
Very
rare.
expensive ship. This is a very rare, gilded ship from Drinax, the last one of its cause. Of course, this whole thing is, we are flying around in a trophy right now.
Someone is trying to take the gambler?
No one is trying to take the gambler. Listen, how do you suppose she would have gotten in good with the king just for a ship that may or may not have been
She's
in
the
existence?
pirate queen. Of course she would do this. She would do this just for the fun of it.
I mean, it sounds like a long con. He shakes off the glove. And he goes over
Just
to
pull it
the
off by
wall. Okay. He goes over to the wall and says, Sue,
Yeah.
has there been any outgoing communications, blast signals, any type of anything coming out of the ship? I'll make a roll for this. I'm just asking Sue because Sue's tied in.
I'm gonna need sensors, electronic sensors.
I love
Okay.
this so much.
Can I
Can Terrica help with that? Because they are paranoid at this point, and they would absolutely want to help and make sure that, like,
They're
if
paranoid.
something's going out, they're seeing it.
Mhm.
Okay.
Mhm.
And I'll run the expert package with Sue to get the +1 on this, but
gonna
I
note
don't have
this.
sensors for electronics, so it'd just be my straight electronics roll.
So I'm gonna note this. There's no way you could get any kind of communication out while you were in the jump bubble, right? When you're in the
Right.
jump bubble, you're completely cut off from the entire rest of the dimension.
Been here for a week.
For a week, you have no idea what was going on. When you jumped out, if there was going to be some sort of clandestine signal, it would be sometime in this time period. She's had a whole week to do something very clandestine if she wanted to.
We were all focused on scooping in those 3 hours.
Mm-hmm.
With no
But
sensors.
there'd be some type of trace, Severance. She couldn't send a blast
She's
signal
not
out of here.
beaming out her brain. Trust me, I know the distance on that.
It's fair point.
Roll the
Okay,
aid first.
I can believe that. Is it just engineer? Do I need to add or remove anything?
What are you using to aid? Because normally this would be electronics sensors.
Oh, I do have electronics. Well, I have electronics.
Perfect.
X.
And you'll get
And
a
no
+1.
modifier?
You'll get a +1 for the ship.
X.
And that's a
This
7.
time without the +1.
That is not
without the
enough.
plus.
That would be hindering. So you do have 2 luck, though.
I will 110% use, because I just need to use one luck to not be
Mhm.
hindering, right?
Mm-hmm. That is correct.
Hang on. Ari is like having a like desire to hinder because I think that would be really funny.
You know
But
you
I don't,
could.
I could, but I'm gonna use one of my luck to not hinder because I do think Terrica would do the best of their ability to really they would want to see. So they would want to help with that.
Okay.
So I'll use one luck.
You get a +1.
A +1.
Mhm.
And then I get another +1 because of Sue, basically. All right, let me put my bonuses in.
Let's see how this goes.
Let's see.
I'm very excited for this. My goodness.
13.
Oh, mama.
Okay. Okay.
Doc really wants to know.
Yeah.
So,
What do you got, Sue?
well,
And he's working too. Like he's sitting there like on a hollow pad as Sue's doing what Sue does.
interesting. Now, the question you had was whether or not the captain sent out a message
Or anything was received too. We
or anything
get
was
cross traffic.
received. Cross traffic. Interesting. Well, that's an interesting question. I think my answer would be she didn't send anything outside of the ship or receive anything inside of the ship. But am I allowed to? I mean, I have been. I know it's not really. proper.
Before you answer, Trooper, I'm going to spend 1 luck because that makes us an extreme success to a 14.
Okay, then. An extreme success. Sue says, well, may I have permission to do something that is unethical,
Of course.
Yes.
Of course.
also illegal,
Of course.
Are we all in the same?
Oh,
level?
no.
Let's just do it.
and am I? Yeah, because Sue is out loud. And am I allowed
Okay.
to do this retrospectively?
Define retrospectively.
Perhaps I did this for the last few days.
Sue, there are cameras?
If that's what you need for to work around your logic program, sure.
It is not appropriate to monitor the things happening inside of the staterooms. Those are private.
Sue, I need you to drop the blocks on that from this point going forward.
I might have been monitoring all activity in all of the staterooms.
All of them?
All of them.
That book is for informational purposes only.
Some very private things go on in there, you know.
Yes,
Sue knows what I do.
I do know. I know all of the private things. I thought that would be interesting.
Let's not make it weird, Sue. What do you know about the
It's already weird, Val.
Yeah, we can make more weird.
But I have been
Pump the
allowed
brakes.
to now monitor all of the private staterooms. The captain,
Harlock shoots Val a look.
the
Joke's on
captain
you,
has
Sue. I
not
like a
been
watcher.
communicating with anybody outside of the ship or receiving communications from anyone outside of the ship. She does,
You
however,
keep saying that.
talk out loud.
To herself, but does she address anybody?
No, she's planning.
Planning what?
Mhm.
It's about well, first, she has some things to say about all of you. Some of them are kind and some of them are not. But more
I would like to
importantly,
know that.
it seems as if she has been not honest.
What does she want with this ship, Sue?
Oh,
I
no.
knew it.
What's she
It's
not honest about?
the materials and the secret cache of goods in the ship that is coming. It is
What's
not
in it?
just personal effects and jewelry. There's something else
Somebody
in
in
there.
Somebody in stasis.
No. Something very valuable and dangerous. That's what she said. She said,
A gun? An old gun? Gun made of gold?
I don't know. She said, I quote,
I can't believe they just took that story as I said it and didn't ask me anything about what was in the cache. Good. Let's keep them not asking any questions. If they found out what was in there, it could ruin me forever.
That is what she said.
A diary. I bet it's a diary.
That doesn't matter. He looks at Severance, but he says to Sue, Sue, I know this is against your nature, but what's the ballpark percentage that she's here to betray us and not achieve her goal if you've heard her innermost thoughts as she's been talking to herself? Does she sound like she wants us to succeed or fail?
Well, she sounds like she wants you to succeed, and she wants what she wants without you finding out what it is.
Secrecy's fine, but
Or
If it doesn't
anyone.
affect us. Again, if it
No.
doesn't impede our progress and it doesn't affect us negatively, I don't see why we should care.
Knowledge is power. If we're able to understand what it is that she feels would destroy her and she ever tries to come or turn against us, then we have that to use against her.
We all have secrets that we're never going to share with anyone.
Nobody really has any secrets. They just pretend they do.
She has also toured the ship.
Where did she go?
Everywhere. I suspect.
Including into my stateroom?
No. Mostly it seems looking for escape routes, if necessary.
Well,
Sue, where is she now?
I don't blame that.
She's in her stateroom. Drinking tea.
What do you think, Severance?
Well, if it's nothing was sent in or out, she's not here to betray us, but she doesn't want us to know what's in there. I think honestly, if we find out what's in the cache, then we're doing good practice for anything else. Because knowledge is power, yes. If we want to, we could ruin her, but at least we'll have the leg up. I'm not too worried about us having a flotilla arrive and try to take the ship if what Sue is saying is true. But I don't trust her.
I'm
Oh,
sorry.
she's one of the greatest pirates who's ever lived. It'd be foolish to trust her completely.
Exactly.
Excuse me. If you
Sue.
don't mind, a ship
Talking.
has arrived out of jump space. It's behaving oddly.
Define oddly.
Well,
Terrica jumps up and leaves the room and heads to the bridge because they're like, nope, we're gonna look at this stuff. We're gonna see the
Yep.
sensors. We're gonna figure
Yep.
like they're gone like before. I don't. Yeah, that's all.
Define oddly. Terrica Harlock would would ask.
This is where a sensors check would be useful.
Hey.
Mhm.
I'll be joining
Mhm.
Terrica and the bridge in just a second, but before he would leave, he would walk right up to Severance and, if allowed, put a hand on his shoulders. That's something that Severance would,
Yeah.
he would look him right in the eye. No matter what, I trust you. Don't forget that, man. And then he goes to the bridge.
Up on the bridge. Let's talk for a moment about the
Severance follow.
amazing sensors this ship has. You have advanced military countermeasure sensors. You can see very far and with a lot of detail. And you were hidden behind this moon, And emerging from jump space is a far trader. It is the far trader that you're looking for. It has it's the Sisendai. It has its transponder off, and it is indeed behaving somewhat oddly. And this is happening right as you hit basically would be the dawn of day 9, as you were sort of talking about this. And as you watch it, you notice your sensors show that it has 2 turrets, probably lasers rather than missiles. It is armed. You also notice that it is not flying normal. And Terrica, you might know what this means. It is, rather than burning and heading towards the gas giant, it just starts taking very, very, very tiny little pulse thrusts, moving
They're out of
towards
gas.
No. Well, I mean, certainly.
Damaged?
Mm-mm.
Are they burning through unpurified fuel right now?
Small bursts means they're not running hot and they're not running regular. What the ship is doing is working very slowly to nudge itself into the orbit of the gas giant so that it doesn't actually use much active energy. So
It's either out of gas or they're stealth.
they're going stealth.
Can't get a read.
So you can't get a read. The only way that you would be able to know that this ship was here at all is if you knew they were going to come here and were waiting for them. Otherwise, nobody would pick up this ship out this far, being so subtle with its fuel usage. No one would know they were here at all. They are clearly behaving in a way that is not what legitimate traders do. Very, very subtly. They clearly do not want anyone to know what they're doing, or that
Well, they came to the
here at
wrong
all.
place for that.
Well, under normal circumstances, this would be perfect.
Good news and bad news.
We're not
everyone.
normal.
Mhm.
Good news is that's our ship, right? Erica?
That's it. They're trying to be very
Bad
sly.
news
They are
is-
attempting to be quite sly.
Bad news is they've done this before,
Mhm.
and they're not free traders. If they were, they would burn through. If they were new free traders, they would also burn through, which is also information
Mhm.
that she gave us.
So they might be more armed than we anticipated as well.
Exactly.
They have added turrets to this ship from what, I mean, especially Severance. This seems to be more evidence that the captain was lying to you, because she said they probably were not armed, but they clearly are armed.
Yes. Clear.
Just going to note that between you and I.
Thank you.
But also, they clearly don't have really good
Underline
stealth
circle.
drives, right? They don't have stealth drives because they're doing
Right,
this
they're
the
just-
old-fashioned way.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Just a little boop, boop. And
Someone's
they-
out back pushing.
basically, right? And they start nudging their way, this ship, towards the gas giant to refuel. And you
Gonna
have
do anything, we gotta do it now.
Pirate Queen in her stateroom. Oh, I'm sorry. She's joined the bridge now. And she goes,
As soon as she steps foot on the bridge,
Uh-huh.
Terrica jumps like 10 feet. Like they're like,
she goes, well, it seems as if our quarry has arrived. This will be very exciting indeed. Captain, I assume you're ready for your plan.
And I assume you're ready to get on the guns?
Oh, you already have 2 gunners. I'm here to watch.
I'm the captain. Get on a gun.
Which gun would you like me on? Missiles or your particle beam?
missiles.
All right. Missiles are expensive. Do I have authority to just shoot away, or will you give me the order?
Use your judgment. This
My
isn't your
judgment.
first rodeo, I assume.
Oh, no, I just want to know if you have direct...
Situational.
Situational. Well, then, I'll go man the turret. Captain.
Thank you.
And Margaret Blaine walks towards where the turret station is. It's a bit farther back because you have to have like racks of missiles to reload. And just gives a look to the Harlock. Just a look to assess what the Harlock thinks about all of this.
So, at that, Harlock would kind of glance at the other captain as she walks by, and then, yes. So, Severance, what would you like me to do? As the gunning position has now been filled.
There are two.
Yeah, we'll do. We still have the particle beam, but it's fixed. Can you, Terrica, you control it from here?
Well, I mean,
She might
I
want to
can,
maneuver.
but yeah, and I feel like it would, if I might be so bold, and with all of the due respect, and to be perfectly
yes,
clear,
yes,
I
yes,
just,
yes.
I believe that the Harlock is an excellent shot and might perhaps be better at shooting things and harming people. And I can ensure in the meantime that we are safe by dodging and swerving and dipping and going up high and then swerving low. Not that there is high or low in space. The point is that I would, with all due respect, please don't make me.
Erica, you heard the captain. And then Harlock would just like plop into a chair.
Hold on. I want the power to weapons off. I don't trust her.
So we're going in with no weapons.
What's the hull at? 51.
Yeah.
51.
Turn the weapons off and let's get the hull on.
Now you can turn off just the missiles, but keep the particle beam.
Oh, then let's do that. Is that going to be less power?
The particle beam is 15, and the
Okay.
missiles are just 1. So you'd
That's
only
fine.
save
That's
1,
fine.
but...
That's fine. So
'cause
it's not
The
even...
one's one.
That particle beam is a...
Okay,
big-
so we
big
won't be able
puppy.
to get... But we have to shut off all if we want to get the
No,
holographic.
you can just shut off hers. You don't have to...
Let's just shut off hers then, because I wasn't really entirely
Feeling good
confident
about
about
that?
the other plan. But yeah, so let's... We have the jump drivers off. Oh man, this is so cool.
10.
Let's go. Let's
Okay.
do it. Turn off the missiles. Let's just do this.
So,
Were you the one saying please, Terrica?
What?
Do you want
Please
to talk with them?
but yeah, I
Let
would,
me-
I would be, yes.
set this up for you before we close it for the
Mhm.
evening. I've just brought
Mhm.
you to a nice little combat map, if you don't mind.
Mhm.
And I'd like to just show you what it is and how it goes. We have range bands in 2nd edition, and we've put you, this is you right here, woo, right there in the center of this map.
Cool.
We have adjacent, we have close, and then we have, where are we, like short. Give me my, there we are. I just want to get my range bands. I have it written down. So you have adjacent, close, short, medium, adjacent, close, short, medium, long, very long, and distant. I want to actually add, I need to add one band in there. And you are very long from them. So that would be, they would be here in this band. Oh, you know what I think?
Where?
I have to go to the right,
Slayer?
the right layer. Yeah, you need to be in the right layer. Give me, go to the token layer, and you also token layer. Pardon me, they're in the wrong layer.
You're fine.
Here we go. And now let me get to the right layer. This right here in this band is your
Quarry.
quarry. So you need to get, it takes 25 thrust to get from their layer, to get from this layer, to get them from very long to long, and then 10 thrust to get from long to medium,
Oh, cool.
right? And so you can see how far away they are from you. And you have a thrust of 6, and they have a thrust of 2. And you know exactly where they're headed. They're heading to that gas giant. You could try to maneuver yourself sneakily, because they have not seen you yet, up behind them, but that's about where you all are. And I'm going to just...
Is this moon
Here, let me move that for you, because
10 thrust for us or right next to us?
you're actually hidden, right?
Yeah, sweet. Yep, that's exactly what I was thinking too.
Mhm.
Okay, cool. Yep.
And your
Nice.
gas giant is like up here.
So they're going to be passing. Okay, so we are. Okay, got it. We would have to
Mhm,
triangulate or whatever.
You can
blah, blah,
triangulate.
blah.
You'd have to make a path. There'll be some
Yep.
things that you each need to do,
Okay.
depending on how you want to do this. If you want to kind of sneak up in them, there's going to be some astrogation that needs to happen, some piling that needs to happen. There's going to be some work that needs to happen to see if you can cut them off without them seeing you, if that is what you want to do. But while you are doing that, which we will roll when we get there next time around. By the way, all those things up there, those are all missiles. Those are all your missiles.
Oh, sweet.
Hey.
Oh,
Yeah.
nice.
You would need to figure out how you want to do that, and as you do, you hear, "Captain,
Yes.
the power's out to the turret. I won't be able to fire if I don't have power.
Were you firing?
You said it's my discretion."
What were you going to fire at?
"Well, I'm not going to fire yet, but I imagine you don't want to be spending your time with your engineer rerouting power to me in the middle of combat when you might need them to be doing other things. It's almost as if you don't trust me."
Almost. What are you doing out of your post?
Mm. "Trying to alert you to danger, Captain."
I have Harlock. Thank you.
Hmm.
I've got my crew. I'll get you your ship. All right.
Yes, interesting. I'll take note.
Very well.
Captain, do you know any good fences who will buy and sell illegal goods? Because I do. And she goes back to her post.
If it's okay, during that exchange, Val wanted to, before he quit the bridge, he would just basically like squeeze Terrica's shoulder before he leaves. And when he would hit like the hallway that leads down towards like the long neck before you get to the, he would say to Sue, "Go subdermal," which is his implant in his ear.
Mhm. All right. And then you hear just like a little bit of like Ring of Fire as like Sue just like morphs into your subdermal implant. And
Sue,
that is what we're going to call it for tonight.
oh shit.
Yeah.
All right.
Wait. Greg's probably has a really cool line.
I'm ready for it.
No, all he's going to say is,
Yep.
"Sue, when that ship gets close enough, I want you to jump over there and tell me what you can fuck with."
He goes, "It's difficult for me to pass through space. We are far away."
Fire up the intellect and the security protocols on the expert program. Once we get close enough, you can go wherever the fuck you want.
I'll do my best.
Yippee-ki-yay.
We have like a Dr. Iron Man. It's so dope. Oh, I love it.
Everyone,
Oh, that is sick.
this is where like let me take off my like exciting we're getting to trouble music.
Getting
there.
into trouble music. Oh, that is so cool.
Okay, so we have gotten you right here. You've got a captain who, as far as you know, might be a little sketchy, might be a pirate queen, apparently has some kind of secret she's been holding out on you, which has something to do with what's in that secret cache being not exactly what she said it was. Maybe she wants to steal your ship. Maybe there's a whole plot all along. I mean, that was a critical fail right there.
Fail. You mean maybe, or it totally is?
Oh, I mean, have
Thank
you
you.
seen? Look, clearly.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
Which, to be fair, a critical failure is as hard to roll as a critical success.
This is
You got it.
true.
Thank you.
This is
We
true.
should recognize the
you
effort,
so much.
is what I'm hearing.
Mhm,
Mm.
mhm. So I'm gonna this map, which I love, I'm gonna change it because it's missing the 2 band. But it's actually very cool because in this mess, all you have to do is like if you can get 25 more thrust than they have, which means if they're not running away from you, it'll just take you what 5 turns to just, and then all of a
And
sudden,
we're an interdiction ship.
yep, they have a speed of 2.
Yeah.
They have a thrust of 2.
Wow.
You have a thrust of 6. It takes up a lot of your power to have that much thrust, but you do. And I'm going to just tell you this for the future. What can you do with thrust, dear pilot? Dear pilot. Well, you can use it to move. So, for example, if they're trying to get somewhere, they can spend all 2 of their thrust to move, and then they have spent all 2 of their thrust to move. And then they have no more thrust. You can also spend a point of thrust to dodge incoming fire. You can spend a point of thrust to maneuver your ship to give bonuses to your gunners so that they can fire better. You can also spend a point of thrust to dock on a ship that is adjacent to you, whether they want you to or not. You'd have to, there'd be a opposed roll for that one. But the point is, you have 6 thrust and they have 2, which means you have a lot more room because you have a very powerful ship to do more things, right? You can overtake them and also still have room to dodge. If they want to dodge at all, they can't move. They can move like a little bit. So they don't have as much, their engines aren't as strong as yours. That's just it,
Sounds
right?
like it sucks to be them.
I suppose it does. But you will then have to decide what you want to spend your thrust on. At this point, they don't know you're there yet. So you can use all of your thrust for movement. But once it gets to once they get to know you're there, well, that'll be a slightly different equation. And what is very cool about the Mongoose 2nd Edition space combat rules is that in combat, there are, which you'll find out next time, we'll see, you've got 3 phases: maneuver, where you maneuver and you decide how much you want to hold back and if you want to help out your gunners and whatnot. Then you've got your attack. If you're in a space where you can attack, then you can if you wish. And then you've got your actions. And the thing is, everybody has something they can do, right? If you're on sensors, you can jam their communication so they cannot call for help. You can repair the ship if things are damaged. You can, if you're in the engineering bay, you can overload your power plant to give yourself bonuses for things. So everybody has something that they can do to help this, because you're all a team, right, on this space. So you can all help maneuver this moment, which from defense to offense to jamming their comms to messing with them in various other ways. And we're going to find out how you do it. Next week when, this should be fine. They don't have any missiles. They've got 2 laser turrets. They don't have any fuel. I mean, they don't have any jump fuel. They can't jump out at the moment. They don't know you're here. And, as long as the scourge of the spaceways is not trying to screw you over, you should be fine.
As long as we keep her on the missile chair, she could have a
That is,
bird's eye
that does not have
view
power.
of a bird's eye view of what's going on.
But it does have an ejection seat.
I'm
If we
gonna
add
just-
that in, we can just blow into space.
I'm just going to
Imagine,
note one thing.
Wow, what a move!
If you get all that contraband material and you don't have anyone to sell it to, you're not going to make money off of it.
I've got people.
Do you?
I had people.
Because she does.
Uh-huh.
I mean,
We'll work it all out.
yeah.
Yeah, plan B.
Yeah, yeah. If you guys are friendly at the end of this, then maybe she'll help you out.
Victory always makes people friends.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Unless she's trying to screw you over and steal your ship.
Well,
Which
then
she
if
is.
she's trying to do that in the first place,
She
then
wouldn't give a
there's
fuck
no
on
way
that,
we're
but-
going to be friends anyway. Like, I don't, there's not, what
We were
win
never
are
gonna
you
get-
offering us here, man?
Look,
We
I'm
were never
just-
going to learn those fences anyway.
Look,
so-
I'm just talking
Yeah.
to Severance right now. I just
Yeah,
want
thank
him to know that if
That
she's
she
trying to
is
steal your
doing that.
ship.
If she's not, it's no if.
And
It's no if she is. It
didn't you lose a ship already? Once?
was a gas giant, okay?
Didn't you
Wasn't
get
my
screwed over real bad before by people screwing you over? Double crossing you?
All the time.
Yeah. It's hard to trust people, I imagine.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, the Harlock. She's awesome. So I'm going to have us all do our outros. I would like each one of you to say who you are, where we can find you, and your current feelings on the Pirate Queen. And no, I'm going to rephrase that question.
On Severance.
What are your feelings on the captains?
Perfect.
Of which we have at least 2, 3, 4. We might, who knows how many captains we might have.
Uh-huh.
Hey, the more the merrier. That's what they say.
Uh-huh.
Look, the only one who's not up for captain, I think, right now is Terrica.
So
They're
let's-
not in the running.
Let's start with them then. Who are you? Where can we find you? And what are your feelings on the captains? Because there's clearly been stuff going on, interpersonal stuff going on. You've seen it at dinner. It's there.
It's obvious. It's
Mhm.
transparent. Hi, I am Ari. You can find me pretty much everywhere at Ari_adventures, or you can check out my website, mymindfuladventure.com. I think that Terrica's like read on everything that's happening right now is they see that there is an official captain, and they also see that there's someone who's definitely like stepped up and taken a leadership role. But then they've also seen Val really like come into himself over the years, and like and at this point, the only thing that they are like really just true to is like Val is ride or die. This ship is the best thing in the fucking world. And like everything else is like, look, just don't make me, whoever the captain is, figure it out and don't make me shoot anybody, and I will be happy.
I wonder how long you can not shoot people.
I know it's going to be interesting being a
episode.
privateer, but not
Mhm.
shooting people.
Mm-hmm.
Next episode. You have control of the phase gun.
Currently
I
not
know,
our
I
captain.
know.
I know. Currently not our captain. Currently at least. Doc. Greg, who are you? Where can we find you? And yeah, why don't you tell us how Val is feeling about the captains?
Hi, everybody. My name is Greg, Grimjack21502. I love, Myth said it many times, and I completely agree. I love this system. I usually don't like things that have even like a kind of an offsetting level of crunch, but this is what I need. This is the type of stuff that I am like excited to count missiles,
Yeah.
you know,
yeah.
and
You only
like
have 12.
price them out and shit. Like,
Uh-huh.
I don't know who I am right now, but it's great. How does he feel about the captains? Val couldn't give less of a shit about who is claiming to be a captain, or not that he doesn't respect the struggle to become a captain. He just has no part in it. I mean, Val's a bit of a dick in that he's always been right. He's always made his way himself. He's always,
let's just remember, Val stole somebody's ideas from an intern and kind of
an
ruined it for
asshole that was
Sure.
going to sell them to the Imperium,
them. Mhm.
and he kept them in house. So
And this
Fuck
person
that
now
guy.
does not like you.
Yeah, and
Oh,
Val
no.
could care less about them.
Mm.
But real quickly, what I what I do love about all this is that I can send stuff to Trooper and be like, hey, remember when we did Robin in Season of Death? I want to do a Sue, and this is why, and it's going to be Johnny Cash, only digital. And because I was listening to The Highwaymen and Johnny Cash's verse in there, I fly a starship across the universe divide. I'm like, Sue. And so anywho, I love all of that. I love everything that's going on. I love the characters. I love the dynamics that are being set up. I love that the critical fail that Severance had created doubt amongst the entire crew, even though we fucking know he had a natural one on that. But we were all like, you know what? Maybe this shit doesn't sound right. So,
I mean, it's a really
Thank you all for
expensive
saying
ship.
yes.
It's
Yeah.
right? If I was a pirate queen, I'd steal it this way. Anywho, I love
You're out in the
it. I
middle of
love everything
nowhere.
about it. I can't wait till we play it. Right, middle of nowhere. We're out in the, great place to get, destroyed, marooned or something.
And that
This
ship
is
has
Centi
got
Alpha
2
5.
laser turrets.
Mhm. I'm excited. I don't really know why. I just love everything that's going on. And so back to you, Trooper.
All right, okay. And I'm good about this. Let's go with Rocket Fox, who's one of our captains in possibility.
On paper.
In some way. So tell me, Rocket,
Yes.
who are you? Where can we find you? And what does your character think about the various captains we have right
What
now?
does my character think?
Mhm.
So first off, I am in fact, as you just heard, Rocket Fox. You can find me in all the places where Rocket Foxes can in fact be found, including right behind you when you least expect it. But also this Sunday morning, I'm going to be over on Cybernation Uncensored, where I'm gonna be playing a little Minecraft. I started building my new world. I have some goats and they keep hitting me. So we'll see how that goes.
That's
But
rude.
it is, but they're so cute. Yeah, aside from that, how does Harlock feel about all of this? So Harlock initially, I think there is a great deal of idolization that goes toward the Pirate Queen. However, knowing all the stories, also listen, Harlock's been working in the field for a while, not coming out here doughy-eyed and whatnot. So absolutely feels like there could be ulterior motives and such. Doesn't think that she's going to screw them over, and really doesn't care beyond that. As far as Captain Severance goes, the next time we get together before the fight starts, Harlock is going to be confronting them. As it stands, Harlock does not think that Severance is looking out for the good of the group and thinks that he is trying to prove something, but is not thinking of the best in the bigger picture.
So excited right now. I've got questions. I've got so many questions. And then, of course, one of our other 3 captains, Myth. Who are you? Where can we find you? And what does Severance feel about the 3 captains?
Right. Hi, everyone. I'm Mythomatic. I played Severance, or Baron Severance, or Captain Baron Severance. You can find me on the internet. I used to say Twitter, but who knows anymore. You can find me twitch.com, twitch.tv/Mythomatic, where I
With an E.
roleplay and stuff. Mythomatic with an E. But yeah, I'm doing a lot of forging and blacksmithing stuff lately, as well as some variety streaming and things. Anyway, just stop on by and say hello. Always good to see new people and new faces and things like that. Otherwise, I do table story stuff. I do D&D stuff over on Table Story on Wednesday with a game called Spellwind, a homebrew world that I have created with volatile magic and cosmic mystery. So if you want to check that out, it's sweet. I'm having a lot of fun with it. But as far as this game and this character, Severance, and how he feels about everything, there is Severance does not. Severance does see the fact that there are things that he needs to work on when it comes to being a captain, leadership,
Which he's been working on.
and which he's been working on, and I think having that conversation at dinner with the Pirate Queen. This is probably going to be a long-winded answer, so everybody buckle up and enjoy.
In front of everyone.
The Pirate Queen, constantly questioning and also just giving her own advice about everything, which is fine, but there comes a time where she was just, it seemed to be very proud about her endeavors, and this is how I would have done it. Well, no one is, then run the ship. Oh, I don't want to. And then it's like, okay, well then, like, we've offered you to do it, and now you're, no, I just want to watch you and see what it's like. Okay, then you're here to watch us fail. So that's sort of where Severance was sort of, that's where he was like, listen, then I'm going to run the ship the way I run it. We don't need to run it your way. If we were going to run it your way, then you'd have your ship still. So there was some sort of that. And I think having the scene where he walked her back and then was like, when am I being firm? And then closing the door was a moment that I got to explore in Severance where he, one, is starting to be firm. And of course, the first person that he needs to be firm to is her. Which I think in his mind will win over that respect that she may not know that she was looking for. So that's why he did that. But also that did, I think, boost his confidence maybe too much, maybe a little bit of an ego boost in trying to be, because that's the balance of leadership, is you need to be a good leader without being too powerful, or become very powerful, but still be a good leader and not have a toxic ego. So, and I think for Severance, it's a very easy slope for him to become a toxic leader, which, given his background, Doi, of course that'll happen.
I also know some things about your backstory that other people, except for maybe Rocket Fox, don't know.
Right.
So I know some things about you, like your capabilities.
Yes. So there is, I think that's where that is. I think he wasn't really expecting to be captain, but I think he's like sort of, at this point, gaslit himself into being the captain, where he, or at least in his mind, and that is also could be, and this is probably what we will see. And do I want it? No, I don't want Mythomatic. I don't want him to fall in this toxic leadership role, but also me, Mythomatic, would love to see Severance as captain. If that makes sense. I would love to see him be captain, but I know that it's probably going to be a quick fire, if anything. And there will be that conflict where the crew goes, listen, Severance, you're doing a lot of crazy stuff. But also, we get to explore that. And I'm very excited. I think there's going to be, if he does become captain or whatever the future holds or whatever, I think that there is going to be some really cool, interesting, not cliche heists that won't be thought up by this pirate queen, because she's, just threaten them. Well, yeah, everyone does that. But yeah, anyway, I think I'm really excited for what we have coming up. I'm really excited for all of what was given to us today. And this is me still talking, in Severance's sort of defense, plan A has not been going. Like, ever since we left Jump Space, it's been plan B. We went into the scoop. We had to go deeper. We went deeper. It wasn't as long as we wanted. It was quicker than we wanted. And then we went and then we went to hide.
You just have to wait, to be patient.
You have to be wait.
It's technically still plan A. But I want to note one thing.
I don't think it is. It's not plan A when I figure out that she's the one who's double crossing.
Well, because that's fair. I want to point out one thing that I think is actually a really core thing And that's something that Val said, which is they don't actually. She's a pirate, right? And she wants people not to know that she did things. That's how she's able to survive and continue to be a pirate, by making sure that people don't know that she did it. Or if they do, they like this sort of misdirection.
Yeah.
But that isn't exactly your mission. I mean, clearly, you don't want people to know you did it so you don't get caught too early. But as Val said, there's a myth that you're trying to create, right?
Yeah.
And so there's this sort of interesting thing where her advice is very good advice for long-term piracy.
For her.
For her, right? For her.
Yeah.
And that was something that you picked up on as well. So I think there's something really interesting about the advice being sound advice, but also you have other things going on, including diplomacy, winning over people. There's a lot of things you're wanting to do in addition to just robbing people.
It was very black and white for her. She was like, okay, well, who's your gunners?
Yeah.
Who are blah, blah, blah. I was like, have you looked around? We don't have the crew. Like, we're starting, we just got the ship. So it's like, I think we're doing pretty good with what we have, lady. And she's like, well, and it's just that very judgy.
Yes,
and which is great. And I love that because that, of course, is burning a fire under Severance to grow. So thank you for that. And it's great. I'm really enjoying this. I'm really enjoying what we have for the story so far. This heist, what's happening here. I thought today we were going to log in. We were going to play and do a heist. I thought we were just going to grab the ship, jump on over there.
Yeah.
Do a cool mission. Scoop it and do it. But a lot of things have gone up and have come up, and a lot of great role play, and it's led to some really cool stuff. I love talking about role play. Obviously, you can see. So if you want to come talk with RP stuff, you can find me anywhere on social medias. And I love role play theory. And I love talking character development and exploring narratives. So that's me. That's my exit. And I love you all. Thank you. This is a great system. I can't wait for next week. Thank you.
I'm going to give you a warning.
Okay.
Also, I'm troopersjp, and I have been your GM. And you can find me next. The next time I'm streaming, I'm not streaming tomorrow because I've got a secret project that I'm working on, but tomorrow night at 8 p.m. over at Praxagar, the Smophoria's channel, I will be playing In Witcher Roads Home, and so you can find me there and then. But I'm going to give
That's the warning.
as a cast a warning. This mission...
As a cast or a crew?
Crew. As a crew.
Okay.
Well, a little bit of both.
Okay, great.
And here's the warning. After this mission is done, things will be coming your way, but quite a few of those things you're going to have to... Oh, Prax is correct. It's Sunday. Sunday, which is Sunday, not tomorrow, but the day after.
Not Saturday.
Will be Witcher Roads Home. But after this happens, whatever happens with this, I don't know what will happen. If you're all not dead, or sold off for money in some evil double cross, which
so cool.
We all know that. I mean, at least you know, Severance knows.
That's what's going to happen.
Y'all have a lot of work to do as both players and as a crew in that you're going to have to decide what you want to do next. You have a mission, and you're going to have to figure out where you're going to find your targets, where you're going to get your intel, what you're going to do, and I'm going to just point out
what's next. Yeah.
What's next? You have... you need to get some... You're going to have to deal with all of this. And then
we're finishing our tutorial mission, and then it's open world.
That is correct.
Yeah.
That is correct. Your tutorial mission will be done in some way. Who knows who will be alive at the end of it.
This is Traveler. You can die in the tutorial mission.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And so that'll be coming. Now, I will note the king, the people in Drinax have things that they're going to want from you, and there will be problems and opportunities in all sorts of places all around this space. But... yeah, the tutorial mission's going to be probably done next week, and then it's all on you. And you're away from home and need money. Anyway, those are things I just want to share with you.
I love that. I love how everything about the system is crunchy and cool. I like logistics, but also the fact that the basis of the Traveler system is you need to make money. Your ship is too expensive, and you just need to make money. That's it. It's pretty much Firefly.
It's Firefly. I was going to say
from one job to another.
Yeah.
You have to, or you aren't playing the game. And it's just so cool. And there's so many creative ways to do things, to get fuel, to try to win over people,
And you have
to
to
then
win
make
those
these
hearts and
jumps.
minds.
It's just so cool. It's just a really cool system, and I really want more people to play Traveler. Every time I do a sci-fi game, I'm like, Traveler, we should do Traveler. And I'm
So
like, this isn't Traveler. But now I'm playing Traveler, and I'm so excited. Anyway,
good. And I want to give a shout out to the last we got some bits coming in at the very end there. And I want to give a shout out to Willen TW, who came in with the save, because Willen had the notes about who spent their whatnot on the what's and the who's
yeah,
what's.
that was amazing. That was amazing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And donated 100 bits. It said, "Oh, thanks all. I love this ship and this crew already. Also, blorps, blorp, which is I feel like the sound that the bubble makes. Blorp.
Mm-hmm.
And then
And it's also the alarm to alert us that we're going to be
Blorp?
breaching a blorp. Yep.
And then also another 100 bits with the message from Willen. I love Sue too. And I just want to give that love. And then support us if you like. First off, we have an amazing cast. You should go and follow them. I also want to go and give a shout out to Drummer Boy, who did our interstitial music and our theme music. And Drummer Boy has got like a command, right? Great spots. Thank you. And I also want to shout out just one more time. I have to go to this page one more time. It's really important. Let's just go right here and make sure everybody can see it. I want to shout out this art by Void Smoker.
It's so good.
Because none of the art of the Harrier class looks the way I think the Harrier class should look for the old Drinax. This is what that ship looks like. This is the Gambler, right? This is the ship that has got that sort of intricate, like it is so beautiful. So thank you, Void Smoker, and that's going up in our break screen slideshow. Anybody wants to give some fan art, we'll put it in there. Whatever you got, we'll do it. And so good, love it all. Thank you. I want to thank everybody who's participated and supported. Next week, they're going to actually deal with these far traders out in the middle of nowhere and see what happens. And I have questions. I don't know. Are they going to take just the contraband? Are they going to take everything? Are they going to salvage the ship? Are they going to take the ship? Are they going to take parts of the ship? They've got a ship that needs a lot of repairs, and those repairs are very expensive. And I don't know what they're going to do. I don't know what kind of folks they're going to be, and I'm going to find out next week. And I'm really excited to find out who they're going to be as a crew, and how it's going to change over time. I don't know. And I like to GM to find out what they're going to do. And that's what I want to find out. I don't know. I'm so excited. Thank you all for being here, everybody. And I'm especially excited to be playing basically the first sci-fi RPG. There was one earlier, but don't worry about that. And I love reminding everyone, including myself, that the first generation of RPGs had really... There was a lot of diversity and variety of what a system could be like. There wasn't just one game. For example, whatever one you might be thinking of, there was more than one, and that have very different ways of going about things. And I love who everyone has created, and I'm really excited to see when push comes to shove, what will happen. And so with that, my friends, we will catch you on the flip side. Everybody, take care.